And as always, keep retro gaming alive, because one day, your game...
One day, what? We'll find out at the end of the stream. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the 34th episode of Chillporeal, and with me, well, I was lucky to get him, and he's not Matcave, he's Matcave Gaming. What's going on? Thanks for being here.
Dude, thanks for having me, man. Dude, I love the intro. Great song choice. One of my favorites of all time. That is Tiny Toon Adventures on the NES.
Yes. I don't remember. So I was at work last summer, and I was already doing these Chillporeals. I was using the forest level theme from Super Mario Odyssey because it was a nice little funky theme. And I was taking a trip down memory lane. I was listening to a whole bunch of, if you ever hear 8-Bit Nico Studios, that's the track. He remastered every NES track. I was listening to a whole bunch of things. I was listening to Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. I owned that, and I owned, Tiny Toons. And I was like, you know what? I haven't listened to Tiny Toons soundtrack in years. So, and I think I saw your video, and your video reminded me of the game. And I was like, okay, I'll listen to the soundtrack. Okay, yeah, so we all know the main Tiny Toons theme, and then I heard Elmira's theme, and it's been years since I've listened to this, and I've grown to be big fan of bluesy type of rock and roll and all that. And hearing the Elmira thing, I'm like, this is a banger. This is a kicker. This would be a perfect intro. And I put it in. I put in Star Trek clips. That's my Star Trek clips are every week, but I always change it up for the guests, whatever we're going to be talking about. So, for you, talk retro games and some Star Wars and some I put the Mario movie in because we're going to talk about adaptations. So yeah,
love it.
And and it's been history ever since. I don't plan on changing anytime soon. So
it's such a good set. That game is so underrated too. Like I was a big fan of Tiny Toons back in the day. Like I loved Looney Tunes, so getting this like crazy spin-off was a lot of fun. And then back in the day, if something was popular, a video game was made out of it. And then we got Tiny Toon Adventures on there, and I used to go back to that game constantly.
Yeah, I'll have to tell you, and I've said this on other streams, the Tiny Toons game for NES I got by accident. I got this in, I think, Easter of 1992, or maybe it was 93. But the Super Nintendo was already out. I asked my dad. I asked my dad for the Super. So if you remember, like they came out with a Tiny Toons game for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis.
Yep.
Buster's Hidden Treasure for the Sega, and Super Nintendo was Buster Bust Loose. I only had a Super Nintendo at the time, so I asked for Buster Bust Loose. I mean, it was in the Toys R Us catalog, and I told my dad, "This is the game I want." And so what I think happened, and I found this out later. So my mom went to the Toys R Us to buy the game instead, and my dad just told her Tiny Toons. So she bought me the NES Tiny Toons. So when I got the game for Easter, I was like, "Thank you, but this is not what I want. This is not what I asked for." But it's been history ever since. So but I love the Tiny Toons game. I love it was like you said in your video, it was very Mario 3 inspired.
Oh yeah, everything from the HUD layout to just the design, the mechanics of it. It's one of those games that I think if you grew up playing it, because back then games were more difficult than they are now, realistically, because we had to figure out like everything, and there was a lot of limitations with it. And this game took a bit to get used to the controls, but once you had it down, you could like master that game. It was a lot of fun. Plus all the different characters you could play as. I always loved being Dizzy Devil. Like I was like, oh, I know how to I'll get through this part, no problem. Switch to Dizzy Devil and just like spin through everybody. It was so much fun.
I'm going to show your video.
Nice.
So yeah, this is the Tiny Toons game that we're talking about. But by the way, let's say hello to, we got CLS Studio here, says can't chat tonight, but good GN and Godspeed Chillporeal. And then I don't know who this Matcave gaming.
That guy's a loser. Get him out of here.
I don't know who that is. Fred Roberts here, my bro, and the all awesome Pops.
Pops, good to see you, my friend.
But yeah, I like this game. Yeah, I mean, you got the Mario look, you got the platforming here. You know, you got I think the heart was basically supposed to be like the mushroom.
Yeah, it was kind of like an extra hit, and then then the unfortunate fall in a hole death.
And so here you can change as another character. So I believe in the beginning of the level, you can you choose between, like you said, Dizzy Devil, Plucky Duck, and Furball the Cat.
Yep.
So I remember Furball the Cat has the ability to run on the wall. So if you accidentally fall, he can run up the walls and save you the hassle.
Yep. And I'll tell you, when Super Mario 3D Land came out and that cat suit came out,
yep,
the first thing I thought of was playing as Furball in Tiny Toons.
Yes.
Like, oh, it's the same move.
Yep. I there's another game. So remember Super Mario Galaxy, the Bee costume. Mm-hmm. The Bee costume was from. You ever play the Dream Master, Capcom?
No.
Little Nemo, the Dream Master.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I didn't have the game, but I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, so the Bee suit in Mario Galaxy is the exact same mechanic, where you press for Mario or the Bee guy to hover up, but then you fart out after a certain amount of time and all that. So, but yeah, so yeah, this game right here. But so yeah, so I love. So I had a question. So tell us about your intro into gaming.
Oh my goodness. Well, I first got a controller, a joystick in my hand when I was about 1 year old. This was my father, loved going to the arcades, and he grew up and, obviously was, a teenager and everything when games started really reaching the home and everything. He had the Atari 2600, and then we started playing that at home, the 2600, and then he would take me and my brother to the arcades, and we'd this was at a time where you could find an arcade machine in all kinds of places. You could find one at a restaurant, you could find one at a laundromat, you could find them all over the place. I remember there was this place we used to go to for breakfast called Pancake Cottage, and it was one of my favorite places to go with my brother and my dad. And there they had a Miss Pac-Man machine, and the whole deal was, we're going to Pancake Cottage, we're going to get giant pancakes, and we're going to play some Pac-Man. And it was awesome. It was the best, and then at home we had the original Mario Brothers before he became Super. Had Asteroids, Space Invaders, all the classics, Missile Command, Millipede. My father and I would, both of us loved Asteroids. In fact, that's my favorite Atari 2600 game. And we had a little competition between each other because we both got really good at it, to the point where we discovered that the points only go so far until eventually it gets so high that it loops back to 0, and then you keep going. So our challenge was, how many times in a row can you loop the score?
Oh man.
And to this day, I believe my father still has the lead. He did it, I think, 7 times in a row, and I did 6, if I remember correctly.
Oh wow.
So that was our thing, back and forth with that game. But yeah,
this was Asteroids again.
Yeah, Asteroids.
Oh man.
And then I always loved playing Asteroids in the arcade, because you had some of the machines that actually had the rollerball for that one. But yeah, from when I was just a wee little tyke, I have old home movies of me and my brother playing the Atari, and I'm 3 at that point, and yeah, and he's 2, and we're playing Mario Brothers on the Atari, and yelling at each other because we're jumping on each other's heads
I
with
didn't know
Mario
they.
and
I didn't
Luigi.
know they came out with Mario Brothers on the Atari. That's interesting. And
Mhm.
yeah, not Super Mario Brothers, but
Not Super, yeah, no.
the dun 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 dun
Yep.
dun 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 that Mario
That one,
Mario
yeah,
Brothers.
the one ported from the arcade. So the Atari version of the arcade game, the classic, where it's just the single screen. You got the platforms and the turtles are coming out and everything. Atari 2600 had a port of that. Also on the 5200, that had slightly better graphics for it. But yeah, that was.
You
Hey,
want
there's the classic commercial right there, the live action commercial. That's actually Luigi, by the way, in the commercial.
You're kidding.
He's yelling, Mario, where are you?
All right, I'm gonna re-add this because I want to hear. I want to hear the audio.
It's so good. I love that commercial.
Oh, let's watch. Let's watch. Let me know if you can hear.
On your calendar to focus on your career goals.
Yeah, we got the ads.
And family and friends.
This was such an iconic commercial. I have this recorded on a VHS tape somewhere.
NBA.
Something's coming up the plumbing for Luigi's in a bind. Giant turtles out to get him.
I've never seen this.
Cheaper giants, they're all coming out the pipes. Mario, where are you?
It's Atari Mario Brothers. From Donkey Kong, his brother Luigi, and lots of crazy creatures.
How is that Luigi? He's wearing the blue. Or, no, he is green.
Mario, where are you?
And I love that the narrator points out, it goes, featuring Mario from Donkey Kong and his brother Luigi. And it's just that commercial set up the beginning of the lore of Super Mario Brothers. I will never forget that commercial. That commercial is embedded in my brain. It's just one of those things I remember being a kid every time I see that.
Yeah, it seems like to set up the concept for the Mario Brothers Super Show, don't you think?
Oh yeah, tons, yeah. Because then we had Captain Lou Albano as Mario, and I'm having a brain fart. I forget his name, the actor's name that played Luigi. But the two of them were just fantastic in that show, and I always loved the guest stars that would pop in. There's so many people on that show.
Yeah, basically all associated with the WWF. Sergeant Slaughter. You have freaking Rowdy Piper. Wasn't Hulk Hogan?
I don't know if Hulk Hogan appeared on it, but they might have had someone pretending to be him, because they did that occasionally. Sometimes it was an actor playing that role, it wasn't actually the person. But there was the actress that played Winnie on the Wonder Years. She was
Danica Keller, I think. Yeah, Danica Keller.
And so many guest appearances on there, but it was such a show of its time. It just, I don't know, I still watch that show because now my kids have discovered it, and so we have the series, and they watch that. They watch the Legend of Zelda series.
Did you ever collect? Before that, let's hold that thought. I want to say hello to some of the people that popped in. Jet Sparks 373. He came because DJ Ronnie G sent him. Well, DJ Ronnie G's a member. Everybody subscribe to DJ Ronnie G. Awesome channel. Guy knows his science. Guy knows his space. Better than everybody. And then we got my intellectual bro, my cerebro, Gadfly Fiction. What's up? Says switching between Mortal Kombat. He's remember playing Mortal Kombat on floppy disks. Took about half an hour switching just to get the game going. I never did that. That's awesome. And then we got Mark Clark here. Well, hello there.
Welcome.
And we got a certain Salty Traveling Seed, DK, definitely. Favorite arcade game was the old X-Wing one, wireframe, where you fought TIE fighters and ran the trench run up the Death Star. I don't think you ever played that one. I've not played that one.
Oh yeah, the original arcade.
Yeah.
There were two versions of that arcade machine. There was the one stand-up machine with the throttle, and then there was the sit-in arcade system where you sit in climb into the machine and play that way, which I loved. I always loved when places have that. But yeah, actually, I feature that game in a Death Star video games video that I did. But that's the one that started it all. That wireframe Star Wars game, that was the beginning of Star Wars and video games.
What did that was so when did that come out? Did that come out like right after the original movie or Empire?
That came
or
out
something?
in 83, I want to say. I think it came out shortly before the release of Return of the Jedi.
Okay.
And then they also did there was an arcade for The Empire Strikes Back that came out shortly after, featuring the Hoth battle.
Yeah.
And then there was later editions, like in the mid 90s, where there was like the remakes of the Star Wars arcade trilogy and stuff like that. But that original wireframe game was really cool. Fun fact: if you have Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike on the GameCube, you can unlock the wireframe games, the Death Star one and the Empire Strikes Back.
Really? Is
Yep,
it like is it like a game within the game? Like if
yeah,
you ever play,
it's a bonus that you unlock, and then you can play the game.
Kind
With
of
a
like
GameCube controller.
you have you ever played Donkey Kong 64? You remember how like there's a point in the game in one of the levels you find the old classic Donkey Kong arcade cabinet, and then you play the actual original Donkey Kong game with not 3 levels that the NES version was, but all 4. You had the pie or the cement/pie factory or whatever they called it in that game. But yeah, okay, that's great. I've only played the first Rogue Squadron on the N64. I haven't played
Rebel
the
Strike
GameCube
is good.
ones.
That's a fun one. But I remember unlocking that, and I was so thrilled because I loved being able to sit down and play that game again.
Yeah, so I first saw Star Wars like I remember my parents rented it, and then I remember like I think it was broadcast on primetime on the networks. Empire and Return of the Jedi were broadcast in like the early 90s, I think. So that's how I saw the sequel. That's how I saw the sequels. But my parents rented the original film before that, so I learned about Luke Skywalker. Can't forget that name. And when I was a kid, Dark Vader.
We all did that as kids.
So yeah, and then what baffled me was they didn't take out Dark Vader at the end of the movie. He got away, and he survived for 3 movies. So I watched it. I wasn't into live action. I was more of I played video games as a kid, and I was into animated stuff. So whenever I rented videos, we go every week, every Saturday we go. If I was lucky, we'd go to the video store if I was good. And my parents would rent, like whatever new movie came out, and I'd usually rent a video game or an animated film. So it wasn't until I was I think I was 10 or 11 that I saw like they were reissuing Star Wars on VHS for the last time, the original version of the original trilogy. So my folks bought me those. I don't know if you remember Suncoast Video, but that was where we bought them. They had like a nice display second, so it was easy for me not to miss it. So that's how I got really into Star Wars as a kid. I think I was 11, and getting those movies and watching them. And I started borrowing because I got so into Star Wars. My neighbor who used to take me to school when I was in grade school, 5th grade. Her son had a Super Nintendo. He was much younger. He was a few years younger than me. He had Super Star Wars. Man, so I borrowed Super Star Wars. I could not. Okay, you know how far I got without the game Genie? Because I couldn't beat the game without the game Genie. I got as far as Mos Eisley.
Oh boy!
And then you have to fight the stormtrooper on this massive flying vehicle or this massive hovering vehicle, and I didn't know how to beat the stormtrooper on the vehicle. So I used I just kept dying. So I got Game Genie, and I beat the game that way.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. I think still to this day, those 3 games are probably 3 of the hardest games ever made. I mean, it's they are relentless. Like there is something attacking you at every second that you are playing that game.
Yes, like you start off on Tatooine, and what's funny is even though this doesn't happen in the original film, you fight the Sarlacc. The Sarlacc is the first boss of the game, and
When you
because
get
you're in the
past
Dune Sea.
the Jawa's sandcrawler. Yeah.
That wasn't. Yeah, that was. What's weird was you go to this. Was that the original? Was that in Super Star Wars? Yeah, I think it. Yeah, it was. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
wasn't.
I think you go past because you have to do all the platforming
Yes.
on the sandcrawler, which was a pain in the neck. And then when you got past that, I think that's when you get confronted with the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. So the yeah, and I just remember like it gets. I just remember like it was just tough. It was tough, and I was like, thank God I'm done with this. And then I didn't play any of the other ones. Empire Strikes Back was at the video store, but it was out all the time because someone probably kept the game because we didn't go to Blockbuster. So if you went to Blockbuster, you if you kept the game or you kept something, they would charge you on your credit card. Well, we went to video stores that didn't force you to put down a credit card. So that was why we didn't go to Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. That was my folks. So
we didn't have a Blockbuster card for years. And we used to go to we had a local like mom and pop shop. It was called Joe's Video Hall. And I would go there for movies and video games. And it was great because like you would go and then like Superstar was insanely difficult all through. Yeah, no joke. These games were, anyone who has beaten these games, my God, you are a legend. Like,
yes,
just they're unbelievable.
Is which one? I have not played Empire. How tough is Empire?
Empire is, I wouldn't say that it's easier, but the leg up that you get in that one is this crazy spin jump that you get with Luke when you have the lightsaber. I think he had a similar move in the first game, but in Empire, Luke's a bit more powerful. So this spin attack is like you could spend the whole game just spinning.
Yeah.
And that's what you did throughout the game, is just spin and hit every enemy on the way as much as you could.
Did they split the Vader part into several levels or something? Because you know how like the Vader fight at the end of Empire is, you know, split in 3 events. You know, you have first one in the carbonite chamber, and then the second one in the
I don't remember if they
in the corridor.
I don't remember. I remember the big thing I remember from Empire was the Hoth battle, because it used the same engine that they used for like F-Zero and Mario Kart.
Yeah.
So you had that like 3D effect with it. So that made that level amazing.
So what was that? Was that you flying the
snow speeders against
speeder?
the walkers? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it was basically a 3D level on the Super Nintendo, but it had that look, like, you know how F-Zero looks in Mario Kart, where it's got like a bit of a 3D feel to it, even though it's a 2D game. I don't know what they called that engine at the time, but the Super Nintendo was fantastic for that. That was I grew up primarily with the Sega, with the Genesis, but my friends and my cousin had the Super Nintendo, so I got to play a bunch of these. But I remember seeing that for the first time in like F-Zero and Mario Kart, seeing that type of graphics, and that blew my mind. Like, I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And then, Super Nintendo then later puts out like Donkey Kong Country with things looking like real. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God.
Did Sega come out with any? Did Sega come out with any notable Star Wars games?
On the Genesis, I don't think there were any on the Genesis, but the 32X got Star Wars Arcade Trilogy, or Star Wars Arcade 32X, which was basically like a remake of the arcade trilogy, and pretty fun game actually. It was 2-player, and you could play as first player was the pilot, and the second player was the gunner for the ships, which was pretty cool.
Okay, so I did play Return of the Jedi though. I borrowed it from someone at my church, so I did play Return of the Jedi. I think I actually beat that one without. I actually beat that one without the Game Genie. I think. I don't remember. It's been a while, but see, those games did not make me obsessed with Star Wars games. It was, and I didn't have a PC, so I didn't play. I didn't play Dark Forces, and I know Dark Forces was like a big turning point. Like, especially games after that, they really reused a lot of assets, like the sounds, like when you shoot a stormtrooper and all that, the stormtrooper models and all that. But for me, it was Shadows of the Empire on the N64. And that game has such a special place in my heart because it was the only other game that I played that was 3D. Besides that was Super Mario 64. So playing the Battle of Hoth, Battle of Hoth in 3D for the first time. And I've never played a 3D game before, so like depth perception was like something I was learning. I was developing, because especially when I first played Mario 64. I kept falling, and you hear Charles Martinet's voice going like he's curly, He's like, don't. So, but Shadows of the Empire, playing the Hoth battle, and you have to move. You have to have the joystick in a particular position in order to be able to smoothly go around the AT-AT. And that was always tricky because either I would crash into, if I pushed it too hard, I'd crash into the AT-AT because you're going into it, or you're too far out and you lose the toe cable.
Releases. Yep.
Yeah. So you had to be a little precise and where the joystick, where you move the joystick and all that. So it was awesome.
Yeah, that game was so good.
Did you have a favorite level in Shadows?
Shadows of the Empire. So I was actually, I had the opposite situation. I didn't have an N64, but I had a PC. So that's where I played Shadows of the Empire for the first time, was on PC. And, it's basically the same exact game. The biggest difference is the PC version had animated cutscenes and, it had actual like video sequences. But other than that, it's basically the same game. The level that I both I have such a love-hate relationship with this level is when you're on that train, when you're heading towards where you're going to run into IG-88, and you have to get from car to car.
Yeah.
And my God, it just, when you got good at that level, like, it was so satisfying. And then you get lots of pickups there. There's lots of bonuses there. But man, it took like so many tries.
Yeah, either I kept falling off or I kept getting hit. Like you had to jump. You had to jump above. Like you were going towards things, and these things would come towards you. I'm trying to jump. Like, oh, got hit. But that, and in that particular level, what music they were playing? From the Escape from Bespin. And like, I mean, so you have that music in the background while you're trying to jump from train to train,
getting the stress level up.
And the thing is, you're like, do I jump? Or like, where do I go next? Do I have to jump on this train? Do I stay on the train? There were times where I stayed on the train and I because the train would run off the track and you're dead. You were dead. So
It was tough, that one. But it was such an amazing time for not only video games but for storytelling, because that game to me felt like we got a new Star Wars movie, because we're getting new characters and it's all taking place in between Empire and Jedi, and it was just, I don't know, it just was such a crazy event, that game, because that game, it was not just a game, it was a novel, it was a comic, and then we had the two versions of the games on the N64 and the PC. So it was such an amazing time to have games like that. Yeah, Shadows of the Empire was just so good. Here we go. We got the Hoth level
Like,
here.
so this was the very first. So, well, the version I played was the N64 one. This is the PC one, so it looks way better. But the first level I played was this. I was like, and as far as I'm concerned, every time I watch Empire, I'm thinking, Dash Rendar is trying to make his way to the is trying to make his way to the mother computer to open the blast door so that the Outrider can leave and all that. So yeah. So this this is still part of my head canon right here.
Oh yeah, he's out there in the background. You know what? Because a bunch of this takes advantage of stuff they didn't use in the movie. There were deleted scenes from Empire Strikes Back where they had Wampas in there, and they attacked people. During that, but it was a deleted sequence because they didn't quite get everything finished. The Wampa effect wasn't a complete thing, so it wasn't going to look good, so they cut it. But that happens here in the game, and you have to deal with those Wampas. So it's a really cool tie-in to what was kind of happening in the background of what we weren't seeing in the movie. It's so cool.
Yeah, you know how many times you had to shoot at those Wampas? Like those Wampas were really like blaster resilient. Like they're following you out of the room. Like why won't they die? Why won't they die?
Yeah, Nosferatu's like, yeah, those Wampas were no joke. Yeah, they were bullet sponges. They just like took on everything. But this game was so iconic. Oh, Rogue Squadron on 64. Yeah.
I love Rogue Squadron, but that was much later. Like I think that came out like 4 years after this one. So this one wasn't quite. I always thought that this was a launch title with the N64. It actually wasn't. It came out a couple months after.
This was 96, I believe, and then the PC version came out in 97. Like it wasn't a full year apart. It was like a few months apart. But the N64 is where this game got really promoted. Like this was a heavy hitter. Landing on that console. Like even when I remember the commercials for this game, it's Dash Rendar narrating the commercial, talking about being able to play in 360 degrees. Like it was the whole thing, like for the N64. It was an amazing commercial too.
I'm going to look for that commercial right now.
It's really good. It's really good.
Somebody
remastered it. That top one, someone remastered it.
All right, I'm gonna have to turn on the the sound right here.
When Luke Skywalker was
this is different.
This is a danger.
Oh, this is the brand commercial.
Somebody did like a remake.
So
there was specifically an N64 commercial.
Maybe it's this one.
That might be that one, yeah. We got like a little intro for the channel there. Oh, I love that border. This is it.
I've seen pulse cannons and gladiator droids. I've seen Beggar's Canyon and Imperial sewers. I've seen dead ends and infinite space. I've seen 360 degrees of tomorrow, and for once, lived to tell about it. Because I've got the ultimate fighting machine.
This is definitely going to be part of a future retrospective.
Right? Like, how could I want to play that right now? Like that commercial right there, it's like, how would you not want to play that game?
Okay, there's a few things so this is the part of the gladiator droid right here. But I swear there was stuff I didn't recognize. Let me look.
In all honesty, there could be cut things here.
Yeah, like I'm like, what is right here? What is this?
I've seen
it's rotating. I don't know if that's supposed to be Gaul. This is the train right here.
This is the train. Yeah, this is with those tracks. Which is cool because I think the scene from the Solo movie was very inspired by this when they're on those tracks and everything.
Yeah, you got the sky. I think they matched the sky.
Ord Mantell. It's the junkyard area.
Yeah.
Yep. That's where you start to come up to IG-88 for one of the. Oh my goodness, okay. The IG-88 fight. If you go in at it just normal, it's a nightmare. But if you can get IG-88 to follow you high enough in the level, he will glitch out and stay in one spot, and you can shoot the crap out of him.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's hard to do, but you could get him to glitch and get kind of stuck in the junk, and then you just take him out.
What is? I'm curious what this is. I'm assuming this is still Ord Mantell.
It looks like the same area, but I don't. I wonder if that's just a weird angle.
Yeah, because I don't think I remember. Actually, I remember shooting like airborne things in that level. So maybe this is just a close up of it. I never really saw it firsthand. So yeah, this was something I didn't recognize. Of course, this is Gaul right here. Look at this. Now this is Star Wars. When you're in a freaking hazardous situation right here, you're on a bridge and there's no railing. You know, and I know Lord of the Rings took quite a bit of, especially the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. They took quite a bit of inspiration.
Well, the thing Star Wars loves is very thin pathways with no railing over a giant hole, and it has to be thin enough that two people can't stand shoulder to shoulder.
Yes, that's the one thing that I feel is missing from like we'll get to talking about Disney, but this is one of the things that I feel is missing from a lot of Disney Star Wars. It's just
way too many railings in Disney Star Wars. It's just not right.
Like it's got you have to like part of the appeal of the original trilogy was the thrill of like they could fall. Like these guys are larger than life characters in these insanely dangerous places. Like not just the bad guys, but like the environment is a hazard. Like you can fall to your death and everything. Like the first Star Wars, you had the Death Star and everything. And like I was a kid, and even though I didn't really pay attention to most of the film. When Luke and Leia are stuck and they're shooting the stormtroopers in the shaft, and he swings over, that part I remembered as a kid. I'll never forget that.
It's a great moment.
And then Empire, you have the Bespin, the lightsaber fight on Bespin, and he is on a beam. He's one hand moving himself back. He gets his hand cut off. He's moving back. And he's on a beam. I'm like, I'm a kid. I'm 11 years old. And I'm watching this. I'm like, I would be pissing myself if I was in that situation. And then either you fall or you go with Darth Vader. Well, Luke sure had balls because he chose to fall. And you're like, how is he going to get? You're like, how is he going to get out of this? And then earlier when Vader's throwing all the crap at him in the room, and then the one of the boxes breaks the thing, and the room depressurizes and it sucks Luke out. And you're like, is he gone? You're like, Vader has to go outside and look to see. Oh, he's still there. He grabbed on. You're just like, it's nuts. I mean, that was why people loved them. This is the big reason why people loved the original trilogy, especially Empire.
Yeah,
you're just like you're on the edge of your seat, literally. So, but yeah, this was a great. I love this. So
yeah, that game is iconic.
Did you play like any of the? I know. Did you play all the Dark Forces games? I know they lead into what I first played was Jedi Outcast because it was on the GameCube.
Oh yeah, I have that on the GameCube. It's that game got ported a couple of times. Yeah, I played from the beginning from Dark Forces. That was again a series that I had it on PS1, which I really love that port of the game, but I primarily played those games on the PC. That was the Dark Forces games. I remember I was able to run Dark Forces 1 and 2 on the computer that I had at the time with no problem. These being basically, they were like Doom clones, for them, was what everybody would call them, or like Wolfenstein clones and stuff. And the jump to Jedi Outcast, I had to upgrade my computer to play that game. So that was one of those, like, for me, that game is a turning point in my gaming history because I had to make a tech change. Like, it was like, okay, it's time to upgrade this computer so I can play the game. And Rogue Squadron on the PC was another one that handled really well on it. But I love the Dark Forces games, mostly because I absolutely love the character of Kyle Katarn. I think he's one of the coolest characters in the entire saga.
Yeah, I agree. Like I loved him in Jedi Outcast. So I did play a little bit of this, and as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I know there's a lot of people that loved Rogue One. I think if I had to make a choice, I'd prefer this to the canon instead of Rogue One. I mean, Rogue One was fine. I mean, it was okay. I loved how it ended.
Oh my god,
I loved the final battle and everything.
Yep.
But yeah, but I think this was way more epic. This first Dark Forces. I think the second one was the first time they ever brought in Inquisitors. I think
there were, because the second one, we get into the whole Valley of the Jedi stuff, and actually getting to use a lightsaber in the game and dealing with the Force. Like, two really enhances Kyle's character at that point. Like, you really go deep, because this first game, you're just a mercenary for hire, basically.
Yeah.
And you're doing missions for Mon Mothma, and this was the original canon, if you will. Oh, that's the fan remake. I have that on my PC. It's so good.
This looks
oh
sick.
Yeah, this remake that a fan is working on, and it's I believe it's still in development, because I don't have a complete thing. I believe I have only a couple of levels. It's so well done, and it plays great. But this was, at the time, this was how the Death Star plans were obtained. And then, like you said, Rogue One came out, and that changes it. So, and of course, movies are going to trump the games. Like, the movies are the canon, so that's the official canon. But I enjoyed the story from this more and I really like Rogue One, but I enjoy the story from this more than Rogue One.
Yeah. I mean, like, you got some names like Jyn Erso. It seemed like they obviously like Jan Ors and and Kyle Katarn, just kind of, I mean, I that's why I'm thinking Cassian Andor and Jyn Erso were they're basically renamed versions of them, except obviously I think I rewatched Andor, and my opinion of that series has grown quite a bit. To me, it's the best of Disney Star Wars. But compared to Kyle Katarn, no. Like, Kyle Katarn's like on another level, in my opinion. So, but yeah. So I mean, what about Rogue Squadron? So Rogue Squadron, I actually really enjoyed, but I needed to cheat to beat that game too. Like, I think it was Bubble.
Was the
or
code
maybe that was Jedi Outcast. I get my Jedi Outcast, my Rogue Squadron mixed up. Because you input like certain codes in the game, and one of them was Bubble.
Okay.
And Bubble was infinite health.
Nice. I like that.
But in Rogue Squadron, I got as far. There's a level, I forget the name of the planet, but you're basically in a volcano, and you're supposed to I forget what the mission was, but you're supposed to take out several Imperial assets or something. No matter where I went, no matter how high or low I was, I always got shot down. And I'm like, where am I? Like, and it just got to a point where I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I'm getting killed. So I decided I needed to get infinite lives or something in order to beat it. Yeah. So that's what I did. So I used the cheat to beat the game.
Especially the original Rogue Squadron game, it was so easy to get lost, get turned around, because you had the little mini map with the radar on it, and you follow this cone pointing you basically to where your objective is. But because you were in a 3D space, sometimes you might be too high, you might be too low, and that cone would like move awkwardly in the radar, so it would get really tough, like figuring out where you need to go. Oh, the golden gun and GoldenEye.
Oh man, what's funny was, I think it was around the time I actually first watched the Bond movies when I first played GoldenEye, because I didn't play GoldenEye right away. I know it came out like 97 or 98. It's one of the earlier N64 games. I didn't play until I was in high school, so right before the GameCube came out. And I was getting into all the Bond movies at that point. So I saw like Live and Let Die, I saw Man with the Golden Gun, I saw Goldfinger, And so like, and then I saw Moonraker. So you got so you have the laser for Moonraker because they needed to do their own version of Star Wars. And then you had Baron Samedi from Live and Let Die. It was nuts. Like I loved that game. I loved the missions. And I loved how you did if you did the harder difficulties, you had to accomplish more in the level.
Yeah, you had all those sub objectives they had to do throughout. Yeah, the first level, you have to like take out these alarms, the little alarm buttons.
Yeah, you had agent, then you had secret agent, then you had 00 agent. So it was just cool because it gave you more incentive to explore the level. Like you had to find like key cards and you had to destroy certain things, certain computers or whatever. And then the music. You had the rare music,
So I can hear the pause menu in my head.
Good. Okay, yeah, it's just awesome. So Nosferatu brings up a very important two games that may be the reason, well, especially the first one, may be a major reason why I bought the Xbox when I was in college.
Yep.
So I had friends. I met some friends senior year of high school. We used to do Halo. We used to hang out and play Halo together quite a bit. And I was terrible at Halo. And I've told this angry Canadian on our Chillporeal because he's a big Halo nerd. I always got last place, but we were playing in my friend's brother's room, and his brother had this big poster called Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I'm like, what is this game? Is this game any good? And he's like, bro. And this was before bro was a thing with kids. He's like, bro, this game might be the best Star Wars I've ever played. Might be the best Star Wars I've ever experienced. I'm like, really? And he's like, yes. And so a few months later, I get the Xbox and then I play KOTOR for the very first time. And he was not wrong. Let's just say I was obsessed with that game beginning of my college year. So this was 2003. I started college basically playing that game. So it was either studying for an exam or playing KOTOR. So, but have you ever seen? I know that they've made a whole lot of movies. They've made a whole lot of fan films. Have you ever seen Malik, an Old Republic story?
No, one of the fan films.
Yes.
No, I don't think I have seen that.
You want to watch it? I just saw it. It's awesome. Let's watch it.
Oh, sick. Nice.
All right.
Malik is such a cool character too.
You're gonna see things. So this is like what happens before, like how he gets that disfigurement right here. So you see how he doesn't have the thing around his mouth.
I watched the channel Kyle Katarn react to this. I think this is the one I saw him react to.
And I like how the
actors. This is CG, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think I saw this. Oh, that's so cool. They redid the intro.
Let's make this cinematic. Let's make this cinematic right here.
Peace is a lie.
I love that shit.
Yes. Yeah, Telos, the first plan in the game.
Oh, and he's getting it.
There is only
put on.
passion.
Is this accurate? Is this accurate to how it looked in the game?
No, but as far as, graphics level, this is way advanced.
Yeah.
But the look and the feel is spot on.
Through passion,
Oh my god, he looks so good.
I gain strength.
This is awesome.
Through strength, I gain power.
Oh, it's on.
Look at that! Look at that!
Oh my god. Oh, you don't know what you're getting into, Malik. Revan's gonna wreck you.
Like, this is pure Lucas era.
Is in position, my lord. We have heard nothing from the planet.
KOTOR has some of the best storytelling in Star Wars. Like, it's just incredible.
Even KOTOR too. I mean, like just
Highly underrated.
Listening to Krea's, just talking to Krea is just very captivating.
Through power, I gain victory.
And I think it was this
My lord,
game
we are approaching
that
the
revealed the
deadline
whole
and the
Sith,
planet is yet to surrender.
the whole Sith creed, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you can actually go to Korriban and learn the Sith code. What's up, Angry Canadian? Good to see you, man. Oh my god, it's so good.
Oh.
I love it.
Uh-oh.
Oh man.
Oh. Oh.
The way of the Sith, though, you put your apprentice through pain, through suffering.
Through
Yeah.
victory, my chains are broken.
Oh.
Oh,
And look at that.
So gruesome.
Shall free me.
My lord.
Telos had its chance. Begin the bombardment.
That's like horror
Destroy
movie.
the planet.
Yeah.
Sir, Lord Revan's orders
are inconsequential. Today, the galaxy shall fear the Sith once more.
Okay,
And
this was...
if Revan doesn't have the strength to make it so, request a transfer if you must, Admiral. But you will follow these orders, or you will pay the price.
Yes, Lord Malak.
Remember when villains were terrifying?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
When a
This
villain
was-
could truly be a villain, that was so good.
Yes. This was just wow. Wow. Like, this is my second time watching. I still have the same reaction that I just did
so
like
good.
15 about an hour ago when we were preparing for this. So, oh man.
That was the thing about those particular games, KOTOR 1 and 2, because it's a role-playing game where it's decision-based. You're having the conversations you have with each character are the most important parts of that game because it decides your path. Like,
Yes.
throughout the games, you can fluctuate between the light side and the dark side. And then if you reach the extreme of either, have you ever gone full dark side and what happens to your character?
Yes, I have. I went full complete bastard. Like, I would like every like, so I started good, do the good, you get the good ending,
Yep.
you make all the the altruistic choices, and then I played it again and I made all the evil decisions. Not the but just like the very, very violent, like just like trying to start a fight. So I've killed Juhani, I've killed Jolie.
Yep.
I wanted to kill Karth, but I couldn't kill Karth. Like, Karth ran away. Karth ran away with the spoon. I like the end of the game where you have the Empire hailing you and Bastila. Bastila is your friend.
Dark Bastila.
That was such an awesome. I'm sorry. That to me that's the awesomer ending. Now, it's not the canon ending, but it's the awesomer ending because it just ends like that. So
yeah.
But like I killed the whole. I just went pure bastard. I was just a pure bastard when I
Yep.
did that. And that was my first ever game I'd ever played where you had to choose dialogue. I've never done that before, so it was a treat to play.
Yeah, that was I remember the first teaser trailer that came out for that game, and that trailer was all the cinematic cutscenes, no gameplay yet. And those blew me away because those were absolutely gorgeous cutscenes in there. And obviously looked very different from what the actual gameplay was. And that was very common for games at that time, where the cutscenes were like incredible looking and then the gameplay was what it was. But don't get me wrong, these games still look great. What's a great way to play that game? Which is some people may be surprised by this, but KOTOR on your phone.
Really?
It's so good. And then a close second is on the Switch, because the Switch has the Xbox port on it.
Okay.
And so that's the version you get on the Switch. It's a PC version on the phones, on iPhone or Android.
Okay.
But here's the thing, because those games in a lot of ways functioned with point and click.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're using a touchscreen and it works perfectly. So you're like, I want to go to that door, and you touch it, and now you're going to the door and doing all the thing and picking who you're going to attack. The functionality on mobile is beautiful. I play KOTOR on my phone now probably more than I play it on the PC.
Okay, so you said it's a point and click, so you don't control it like a joystick, or you don't control.
You can it does the whole thing where you hold the phone sideways and you're touching the side of the screen and move it like an analog stick practically.
Yeah.
So it has all of that, but even the main game, when you played it, if you just moved the mouse to the item you wanted to go to and clicked it, your character went to it. So that's why it works so well on a phone, because now you're touching and everything. It's so good. So and it's still out there to get it on phones. So I highly recommend it.
Oh, absolutely. I do have the. I don't know if I bought the Switch version. I think I bought the Switch version, but I haven't played it yet. I know KOTOR 2 came out. Did KOTOR 2? Nice. I know that because they released stuff after the fact, like HK Factory was a big one that was part of KOTOR 2 that was cut originally.
Yeah.
Did they ever release that version on the Switch? I know they
not on the Switch. Whatever happened with that developer Aspire, they were about to put all that additional content on there, and then whatever happened prevented them from doing it. So we'll never get it on the Switch.
Oh man, because that's the version I want. Because as much as I love KOTOR 2, it was incomplete. You beat the game and it just felt incomplete.
It was rushed. The development was rushed for that one, which is why it literally it feels incomplete, because it literally is. And but it's still a really great game. Like you were talking about Kreia before. Throughout that game, the way she's basically manipulating you throughout the entire game.
Yes.
And it keeps you on your toes. Like, you never know for sure whether or not you can trust her. And that's what makes her character so amazing.
Yeah, and Nas puts it perfectly right here.
Mm-hmm.
She not only made you question the Jedi Order, but the Force itself.
Yes.
She wanted to kill the Force.
Yeah.
Basically. That
game really makes you think. Like, it's a very immersive game, and highly underrated. A lot of people, some people never gave KOTOR 2 a chance because of the just kind of overall fan reception of it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But the real sweats got into it.
But going back, just the whole idea of a Jedi purge, and this predates Revenge of the Sith by like 6 months, because Revenge of the Sith didn't come out till May of 2005, and I think
this was somewhere in 2004, I think, right?
Yeah, I think it came out right before Christmas, because that's like, hey, we need this released by Christmas, Obsidian, get it done, and they're like, oh, f me, f my life, because they hit, and they ended up having to put it out there before they could truly finish it and everything. So
it's crazy.
But you go looking for the Jedi, I was like, they're dead. What? I did all this for what? And all of a sudden Kreia just just blast them all with her Force Storm. I was just like,
It was so good.
The one thing I didn't play, I didn't beat it on Dark Side. I wanted to try and betray everybody on Dantooine, and fighting the Jedi Master on Dantooine, I couldn't beat him. Like no matter how many times I hit him, he'd always heal. So were you able to beat that on Dark Side?
I don't remember the Dark Side path very well. Because it was like I definitely played KOTOR 2 a bunch, but nowhere near as much as I played the first one. Like I know the first one so well, but the second one, I don't know. I haven't replayed it yet on the Switch. I have it, but I haven't replayed it on there yet. So that's something I'm looking forward to doing. But that's one of those ones that, like, you know, I might stream it from time to time, but that's one of those games that that's more of a game where I just like to sit and relax and just immerse myself into it. Like that's, especially on the Switch, being able to play it that way, that's like I'll go lay in bed and play that on there, you know. Like it's just like there's something comfortable. What's up, dude?
Yeah, so my bro Angry Canadian has become a true Zelda fan. You know what that means, Matcave, and you're going to be so proud of him. For the first time in his life, he beat the original Zelda, and recently, with some help from moi, coaching him, Zelda 2.
Ooh,
yes,
Adventure of Link.
Yep.
All right, hot take. That's my favorite Zelda game.
Zelda 2.
Zelda 2 on the NES.
And why is that? What is your favorite thing about that game? I got to know, man. I got to know.
So the music one, I love the music in that game. The fact that it's a side scroller is something I really enjoy. Now, one of the things we got to keep in mind is that at that time, these were the only two Zelda games. So it wasn't like, you know, oh, it's so different from everything. It was like you had these two games, and that's what it was, right? But the dungeons, that's what I love so much about it, with the different levels, and you're taking the elevators all over the place and picking like it's very much a maze.
Yes.
And those dungeons, like, don't get me wrong, I love the original Legend of Zelda game, always will. But I love the dungeons and the boss battles in the second Zelda game.
Do you have a favorite boss? So there was Horsehead, there was the Dark Knight on the horse.
There's the Knight on the horse.
Yeah.
I think you fight Horsehead twice, I think.
No, you fight the Knight on the horse.
The Knight on the horse twice.
So he's a boss in one dungeon, and he's a mini boss in the sixth dungeon. So
I remember loving the fact that you fight Dark Link, Shadow Link
at the very end.
I remember loving that, but then, but I don't know if this ruined the battle for me or made it even more amazing. Do you know the cheap way to beat him?
Yeah, and I asked AC right here. If I was like, you know what, to make your experience truly worth it, I would highly suggest not doing that. So so I was coached, like he was having a hard time. I remember I had a hard time the first time. I was lucky to beat Dark Link, and this was before, and I beat it before there was YouTube. So I couldn't really watch anyone else play it. So I had to figure it out on my own. Remember back in the day, Matcave, you know, you didn't have the internet, you didn't have YouTube to show you how to beat games. Like you had to figure it out on your own. Now you might, if you were lucky, you had a magazine or you had a game guide to help you beat the game. But
you flip through a book and you're like, okay, let me find it.
But most of us, especially me in the 90s, I didn't have money, so I couldn't, and my parents weren't going to buy it unless they were nice, or I mean, unless they were generous. Sorry, no, terrible word. Unless they were generous, then yeah. So like
welcome to Nerdporeal therapy.
I'll say this, the only game guide I ever owned was, remember, I don't know if you ever heard of Mario Mania. That's the Super Mario World game guide that my parents actually bought. My parents actually got that with the Super Nintendo. I still actually have it somewhere. I have it somewhere here. But going back to Zelda 2, like you didn't know how to beat him. So I looked up on YouTube how to effectively fight Dark Link, and I told AC all you gotta do is jump, and then as you land, jab, jump, and jab, time it well, and AC beat the game against Dark Link on his very last health.
Oh, dude.
So I'm like AC. I have a lot riding on this. He's like, don't say that, nerd. Don't say that, Brian. And he beat it. He beat the game.
Oh, that's fantastic. So so the jump attack is a key one. That's actually a way to defeat quite a few enemies in that game, like the red knights and the blue knights especially.
Oh yes.
So that getting that timing on the way down and hitting like just right, and you can take those guys out. The even cheaper way to defeat Shadow Link, defeat Dark Link, is if you use that move and force him all the way to the left side of the screen. Then just take a knee and keep stabbing. He will
always
not
stand
leave
and do
that
it.
corner.
I always stand. I don't take a knee. I always just stab and jab.
Oh, I always took a knee and just kept going. But
did that work too? I guess it did. I never tried that.
Sometimes you might have to fluctuate, because the thing about Dark Link was he mimics your moves, and that's what made him so tough.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, he was countering like everything you were doing. But the cheapest way to beat him is locking him in that corner and leaving him there, and then you just wreck him.
I'll show you. This is the video I watched to coach here. So.
Oh, no spells, no corner trick. The corner trick. That's what I'm talking about. Yep. God, this is such an iconic moment, though. I love this.
Yeah, like look at this. I'm like, why? I'm jabbing. I'm like, why is it not working? Why is it not working?
He was tough.
Like, one thing I like, especially is you have 8 health. He has 8 health. If you hit him, he loses a whole bar. If he hits you, you lose a whole bar. So you know what? I never realized it, but it's even playing field here.
Yeah.
Unlike the previous boss, the Phoenix. The Phoenix hits you with one of her fireballs. You lose like 2 bars if you don't employ the shield, the shield magic or something.
Yeah, this guy didn't even put on the shield magic. This is no spells, no nothing.
Yeah,
he's going for it.
I did tell AC. AC did put the shield on, but that's because I wanted him to win.
yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. I wouldn't go into this fight without the shield magic.
Yep, there you go.
There he goes.
There you go. But yeah, the one thing I was disappointed when I first played this, because you know how many times I got game over in this game? A lot. And you don't fight Ganon at the end. Like Ganon comes back when you're dead. Yeah. I was hoping there'd be a way that they somehow still brought him back, and then you'd have to fight him at the very, very last minute. With the Triforce of Power, like if they ever remade this, and I want to hear your thoughts. If they ever remade Zelda 2, obviously I want to keep the game intact, but I think there's a lot of room for additional things that they could add to Zelda 2.
It could. Like, if they were to remake Zelda 2, the question would be, would the remake still be a side scroller with an overworld, or do we transform it into 3D, like an Ocarina of Time type of game? Because depending on the style, changes the room for what could be done with it, at least in my opinion. I think there's different things you could do. I love both styles. Like, I love the 3D Zelda games. I think they're phenomenal, but I always love the 16-bit ones and the 8-bit stuff. Is there a game so hard you gave up? For many years there was, but until recently I have been taking another crack at it. The original Ninja Turtles on NES.
Let me guess. Did you get stuck underwater with the electrical?
I got stuck
anemone?
in the turtle van level.
The
I
Turtles
had
land level.
no idea where to go for years. And just, I would go in every single building, and all the enemies are respawning, and I'm losing turtles. And then I would try to remember where's the building where I can get a turtle back. And then you have to get the ropes to go across the building tops. The whole thing was a nightmare.
Yeah.
And for years, like, that was a game where finally I somewhere probably in my teens, I was like, you know what, I just don't want to do this anymore, and I just didn't go back to it. I would play all the other Ninja Turtles games, but this one I was just like, I can't. It wasn't that I didn't go back to it. I didn't go back to it with the intent of beating it. Like, I'd play those handful of levels and then I go. With the recently, well, not so recent now, but what came out in the beginning of last year, the Cowabunga collection that came out. Hey, DJ Ronnie.
I still have to get that. But DJ Ronnie G, member for thank you, DJ Ronnie G. He's been member since I became monetized. So thank you. $2. I like Breath of the Wild. I guess I'm not a true Zelda fan then. We'll get to, so you know, Matcave, we'll get to that, because I know you adore Tears of the Kingdom. You play Tears of the Kingdom, right? Have you caught up? And Breath of the Wild. Everybody knows my take on my stance on those. So I'm curious, because I've been watching some videos about the future. AJ Newman himself has kind of touched upon the future after answering a fan's question. So I do want to bring that up. I'll bring that up a little bit later. So we got that, and we got Mark Clark for $4.99. Thank you, another member. Once you join the Nerdporeal Continuum, I've heard so many stories. Like, you know, my friend Prophet the Dragon, like his relationship with his son got better, and he got better at video games, but his son denies that. But yeah, and I mean, I've heard people have gone taller after joining the Nerdporeal Continuum.
Hey,
you know,
nice.
like some people have regrown their hair, except me. So yeah, that's some of the perks. But so Mark Clark here says, I feel like I grew up Amish because I barely know what you're talking about.
I think he meant like usually.
Usually I barely know what you're talking about.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. But going back to games that were impossible. So this is the game. Oh, by the way, Angry Canadian member for 5 months. So yeah, another member. Great gamers here. Love retro gaming these days. Totally agree. Total agreement. There's a lot of stuff I still have not played myself. So
there's plenty of games out there, especially retro ones that I haven't played. Oh my God, Fester's Quest.
So you know how Pops asked this question? Mm-hmm. This is mine. This is the game. So my parents got me 2 games for Christmas of 1990s. I was 6. We had the Nintendo for like a year now. I beat all the at that time. I beat all the Marios, Mario 1, 2, and 3. I already beat. I was 5-year-old that beat all Mario games. And we got Zelda 2, but this was the other NES game my dad got me. I think the Addams Family was about to come out the following year. And my dad's like, hey, I grew up with the Addams Family. That's why he got me Fester's Quest, because he recognized Uncle Fester on the box. He's like, you know what? I'll buy that for my son. That way we connect and all that. And oh my gosh, this game.
Well, I mean, how many times do you get to see Uncle Fester, just chilling, and then like aliens show up, and this game is so random. Here we go. It's just like, and then there's the aliens. Like,
aliens.
Yeah,
he turned like nice little animation right here. He's looking, and then the sunglasses come off by themselves, and he's like,
oh.
And then this is the first time I ever heard the Addams Family theme was this title screen. But this is a Sunsoft game, so like Blaster Master, it's like this. It's like Zelda. It's the top down view, and if you remember correctly, you start off with these green slime. I don't know what this is. Green bullets or something. Slime bullets. And so you're collecting things, and you see that blue gun upgrade, and then like after that you end up the attack gets quicker, and then you get like up to 8 upgrades. So like after you get this, then he gets the boomerang upgrade, then he gets the cannonball upgrade, then he gets the spike upgrade, like you see right here. The problem is, if you there's also a downgrade thing. So so you have to watch out for downgrades. So you can't just collect everything, mindlessly. This game makes you stay on your toes here. So like you have to, if you get the red gun, you get downgraded, and you can get screwed if you're in a bad position, especially if you're in a tight position right here.
This was one of those games I rented this game a bunch. I never beat it, but I kept renting this game. The other one on the same topic of like impossible games, again, an NES title, Wolverine. And this was the Wolverine game where he's featured in the like the rust colored, like the Weapon X outfit. Yeah. This game, God, this was a game that I played so many times because I loved the character so much. But my God, Wolverine on the NES is terrible. It is one of the worst games, in my opinion, of all time. Geez, that might be a who is that developer? The LJN, I think, made it. They had an interesting run of games that were infamously bad, but yeah, I think it was just called Wolverine. This particular one
right here.
Yes. Oh my God.
I have never played this. This looks very Mega Man-ish.
Yes, it has a Mega Man. It has a Mega Man look. It does not have a Mega Man feel. Yeah. So here was the kicker of this. Like right now, he's not using his claws. You want to know why?
Why?
If you take your claws out, you start slowly dying.
What?
If he takes his claws out, the life meter starts going down.
That's
Wolverine.
Crazy.
Freaking Wolverine can't use his claws without dying.
He's practically like unless he's thousands, unless he's super old and his steel gets poisoned like in Logan, he's practically immortal.
Yeah, this is supposed to be Logan in his prime, and yeah. See, look at it. He's just punching. That was like the biggest thing about this game was the worst thing you could do was take out your claws. And I think it was like the select button would take out the claws.
Oh,
and this was a game that I just kept like, look at all there's traps everywhere.
This looks tough. This doesn't look easy.
No, this game was wildly difficult. I never beat it. I never owned it. I rented it probably more times than I ever should have, and probably spent more money on this game than it was ever worth. But it was because, I was a kid and I loved X-Men and Wolverine was my favorite at the time. And it was just like, how could I not play this? But you look at this now. Okay, he took his claws out.
Yeah. Did you watch the cartoon when it came out? When it was out on Fox?
I was addicted to that cartoon. I can't wait for whenever it's going to finally drop, when X-Men 97 finally happens.
The game or
the continuation of the show?
They're going to make a continuation of
So it's going to be a Disney Plus exclusive, and it's literally called X-Men 97 because that series ended in 97, and this is picking up where it left off.
Oh, I see.
And they got some people that were involved with the original cartoon as far as behind the scenes and making it are back in some form. I don't know if any of the voice actors, any surviving voice actors are reprising. But if there was ever a good time to go back and rewatch that show, it's now. Because they're going to pick up from that storyline as if it didn't end.
Whenever I had a chance to watch it back in the day, I'd watch it. But the thing is, it was always later in the morning, and I always had to go with my folks to go grocery shopping, go rent the movie. So we were already out of the house by like 9 or by like 10 o'clock. So I always managed to catch Spider-Man, but I wasn't able to catch X-Men.
Yeah, I loved watching that show. You know what it was about that show? and it still holds up today. I've rewatched it as an adult, and it's one of those cartoons that it holds up because the stories and the topics they were covering were pretty adult topics. Like this was, as a kid, a lot of it just went over our heads.
Yes.
And you go back and rewatch this, and it's like, oh my God, that's what they were talking about? And it like blows you away.
Yeah, like like the mutants were basically being, were marginalized.
Yeah.
And then the normal people used the Sentinels to enforce it.
Yep.
And everything.
Yeah, the whole, like, they had, by the I forget the character's name that rose to power, and he was like one of the senators or whatever. That I think later you find out he was Sabretooth's father, I want to say. He had some relation to Sabretooth. But that storyline was dark, and it was very mature, and it was crazy. Another cartoon that was like that growing up that I still think holds up real well today, certainly not as dark as X-Men was, but the real Ghostbusters. That entire series, watch that as an adult, you're gonna love it. You're gonna have a great time.
I have not watched that series as an adult, but that was my entry. That was my gateway into Ghostbusters. I saw that cartoon before I saw the movies.
Nice. Dude, there's things that Egon says in that cartoon that I still have no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah. Now, I know they didn't get any. I don't think they got any of the actors from the movies to play the voices, right? I think they just hired random voice actors for that one. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I remember that. I remember like Slimer was like one of the main characters. So it was weird seeing him not really very involved in the movies. And then I learned why Slimer was created. Slimer was basically created as a tribute to John Belushi.
John Belushi, yep. He was
because if you remember in Animal House, remember how you had to keep your hands and feet away from his mouth. Well, that was like him eating all the stuff was a tribute.
Fills up his mouth with like mashed potatoes. Like, what am I?
A zit, get it? But I think think that Aykroyd was writing Ghostbusters for Belushi, and then when Belushi passed away, unfortunately, he had to rewrite it, and they wrote it for Bill Murray instead. So,
and the character of Louis Tully was actually written for John Candy.
Oh, really?
And if you go back, there's I don't have it near me. There's a great behind the scenes book that came with the most recent Blu-ray set that came out. The storyboards show Louis Tully, but drawn like John Candy.
Oh,
yeah.
I had no idea. Why did John Candy not do it?
It was a conflict. He was doing something else, and so he couldn't do the movie. And then Rick Moranis was brought in fairly late in the project. But if you look at all the storyboards for Ghostbusters, it's John Candy in that role.
Do you think now that I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking of how John Candy looked as the security guard in Wally World and National Lampoon's Vacation. I'm thinking that John Candy. I'm picturing that as John Candy as Tully. I don't know. Do you think can you buy that? Yeah, like very, very sensitive to like, especially to the roller coaster,
Yeah. But he had a relationship with Harold Ramis and Bill Murray through Stripes. And that was, so it's
the mud wrestling,
the mud wrestling scene and everything. Yeah. But
Stripes was a great movie. It's a shame that Groundhog Day killed Ghostbusters 3. Because Harold Ramis was directing that, and Bill Murray was starring, and then they just had a falling out.
Yeah, they had a bit of a falling out. Yeah, they butted heads for a while, and Ghostbusters 3 initially, like, because I've watched interviews with Dan Aykroyd talking about what the story was going to be, and we partially get that in the 2009 Ghostbusters video game. Which still to this day, as far as I'm concerned, that game is Ghostbusters 3, and Ghostbusters Afterlife is 4. So that's in my canon as far as I'm concerned. Like, that's watch 1, 2 video game.
Afterlife. Are you excited for Frozen Empire?
I am beyond excited. I can't wait to go see that on the big screen. I am specifically going to go to an AMC theater because I don't know if you heard what they're going to have.
What are they going to have? They're going to have Ecto Cooler? They're going to have Ecto Cooler?
Oh my god! Oh Jesus! No, but oh my god! Now I want that. They're going to have Ghost Trap popcorn buckets.
Oh.
Exclusive to AMC theaters.
Okay.
So I'm gonna need to do that.
Is it only on opening? Is it only on opening night?
Well, I'm assuming that's going to be one of those like opening week or opening weekend things because they're gonna run out of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, get them while you can because that's going to be incredibly limited. And yeah, I can't wait. It looks so good.
You know what? I might have to make my own. You know what? I don't think they'll sell the Ecto Cooler, but you know what? I'll have to make my own, and it's got to be.
There's recipes out there. You can make it.
It's got to be green. It's got to be green.
It's got to be. I forget. Did you ever watch the channel Ghostbusters News?
Yes.
So he did a video a while back of making homemade Ecto Cooler. He has the recipe and stuff and everything, so it was so cool. And then he's doing the taste test, like, yeah, that's Ecto Cooler. I love his channel. That guy's great.
All right, I think I got up right here.
Oh yeah, here we go. He's so. I love this guy's channel and his website, ghostbustersnews.com.
Man, seriously, ads. Oh, all right.
Here we go.
Hey everybody, Jason here of Ghostbusters
God,
News,
and
I'm here again before you to talk about
look at that! Wow, look at that setup! Wow.
But today's feature is going to be a little bit different, as it's supposed to recreate the retro recipe of High C Ecto Cooler. And yes, I totally just said retro recipe. For those that don't know, back in 2016, when Coca-Cola brought back High C Ecto Cooler to store shelves in celebration of the Ghostbusters reboot, the formula, the recipe, it was tweaked just a little bit. And some fans, they noticed. They took a sip of it and they were like, you know what? This isn't the same Ecto Cooler I had when I was a little kid. While others, you know, they drank it and they really liked it. I mean, in fact, some really loved it.
What is the salty discharge?
Yeah, I cried over High C Ecto Cooler. I haven't forgotten about it, and that's because the internet will not let me forget about it. Anyways, moving on, over the past couple years here on the Ghostbusters News YouTube channel, we've tried out a couple of homebrew Ecto Cooler recipes, one of which was an in-house custom concoction that I'll admit tasted pretty darn good, but wasn't exactly Ecto Cooler. And another was just straight up juicy juice with green food coloring added. And while I do find the taste of that juicy juice orange tangerine pretty close to High C Ecto Cooler, the aftertaste totally throws it off for me. Now, the retro recipe that we're trying out today, it is supposed to hit all your taste buds.
I grew up on
juicy
juice.
It's supposed to take you back
same
to
here.
the late 80s,
Grape, apple grape, apple grape all the way.
Saturday morning, watching the real Ghostbusters, having a bowl of real Ghostbusters cereal, and you know, taking a sip out of a High C Ecto Cooler juice box. I mean, it's not called a time machine, but
yeah, we couldn't get High C. High C was full of sugar.
Now, best yet, this recipe
none of that in my household. So I had to find ways of trying it.
You know, dyed green.
If I went to a friend's house, they'd have it. I'd be like, "Can I have some?"
Only 2 ingredients. Actually, I guess it's kind of 3 ingredients if you count that green food coloring. But those ingredients are Tampico.
Ronnie, this guy right here is like, he has to be the biggest Ghostbusters fan on the planet.
You mix them together, you make it green, and guess what? You got yourself some Ecto Cooler. Now, before this video goes any further, I've got to send a huge thank you out to the San Diego Ghostbusters. This is their recipe. This is their baby. I'm just replicating it. As well, if you don't know, I'm all the way up here in Canada, and they don't ship Tampico Citrus Punch up to Canada. So thank you to Brent Hollingsworth of the Arizona and Buffalo Ghostbusters for the hookup. You're awesome. A beautiful, beautiful man. Now, if you would like a history lesson on High C,
I've never met them, but I've seen them drive by the Long Island sector.
Really? Ties to the real Ecto Cooler. Be sure to check out the link down below in the description. It's a video from the San Diego Ghostbusters. They go in great detail, but really it all comes down to flavor packets. In particular, orange tangerine flavor packets. That's what High C Ecto Cooler used back in the day, and apparently that's what Tampico is using. In fact, I think I'm done talking. Let's go ahead and mix this up
make that
batch
stuff.
once
make
again.
This stuff already. Come on.
Recipe, High C Ecto Cooler. So as I've already mentioned,
I've never even heard of
Tampico's actually pretty good.
It's so easy.
I've never even heard of it.
All you have to do is mix 4 parts Tampico Citrus Punch with 1 part Minute Maid lemonade. From there, add some liquid green food coloring. 4 or 5 drops should do it. Mix it around, and you've got yourself High C Ecto Cooler. And my first impressions here is, I mean, it looks like Ecto Cooler. I mean, pouring it into a Ghostbusters 2 glass certainly helps sell that.
I can taste it right now.
And it smells like Ecto Cooler. I guess really there's only one thing left to do, and that's to give it a taste. And I promise not to cry this time.
Uh-huh. There it is.
Okay, so in the past, when I posted about this recipe on social media, people who've already tried it, if they think it, tastes like High C Ecto Cooler, they're adamant. This tastes perfect to what it did in the late 80s and early 90s. And then you have other people who think that it just misses the mark and it doesn't taste like old school, genuine High C Ecto Cooler.
I miss those commercials.
I remember, and what I'm tasting here, it is eerily like so close, if not perfect. It's got that citrus tangerine taste. It's got that tang. And I hope this doesn't sound weird, but it's got a thickness. Like when Coca-Cola brought back High C Ecto Cooler in 2016, and also last year as a limited commemorative drop for Ghostbusters Afterlife, it seemed
that's a classic.
It was still really tasty. I mean, it was great, and I would chug that stuff by the gallon if you re-released it, Coca-Cola. But after having a taste of this,
oh man,
this just tastes right, and it also feels right. Once again, it's got a thickness. I mean, Slimer, he's a pretty thick boy, so.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. So if you are a Ghostbusters fan and you are craving High C Ecto Cooler and you have access to Tampico Citrus Punch and Minute Maid Lemonade, do yourself a favor and give this retro recipe of High C Ecto Cooler a try. I don't think you're going to regret it.
I gotta get my hands on wherever I can find that Tampico stuff. I can get Minute Maid lemonade, but
well, I think I know because I'm in Chicago. There's Tony's grocery store, which it's got thickness. Yeah, pops. But yeah, I think like either that or you can order it online. Like it's easy to obtain. But you know what? I liked Afterlife. I didn't like it too much because it didn't feel exactly like the Ghostbusters. It felt like another movie. It just felt like another 80s, very, very sentimental movie. And one thing that Ghostbusters is not, and Red Letter Media puts this perfectly, and they hate that movie for that reason. Ghostbusters movies are not sentimental. They're very irreverent, especially because of the humor of especially Harold Ramis. I thought it was a great way of sending off Harold Ramis in that movie. So now that they kind of covered that, I don't know. Do you know? I wonder if Jason Reitman is working on the other one too, or if he's involved.
Yes. Yeah, he's producer and co-director. Like there's 2 directors. I forget the other gentleman's name that is on Frozen Empire, but it's the 2 of them. And this one I think it's gonna go way. It's gonna feel way more like the older ones with the humor, the type of humor with
in New York
scares.
City. Yeah.
Because like you said, we've taken care of the whole thing with Harold Ramis and getting that story point through and having the emotions that go along with it. Like Afterlife took care of that, and now we doesn't need to retread that so much. The other thing I heard directly from Jason Reitman in a short clip that he shared out on like Twitter or whatever it was, they have apparently taken a ton of inspiration in this movie from the animated series.
Oh, okay.
Both the real Ghostbusters and Extreme Ghostbusters. So
Extreme is that one of the later ones?
That was the later one that came out like late 90s, where it was like a new generation of Ghostbusters coming in. And in the latest trailer, did you see the latest trailer for Frozen Empire?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
You get a quick shot of it where they have like an attachment on their arm.
Yeah.
For one of the proton, but that's right out of Extreme Ghostbusters.
Okay.
So I was like, oh, that's great. Okay, this is going to be really cool.
I'll have to write that down. Look up Extreme Ghostbusters. Okay.
Extreme Ghostbusters, it's nowhere near as good as the other series.
Yeah.
It has its moments though. There's some good stuff because the other Ghostbusters characters return, primarily Egon and Janine. They're main
Yeah.
characters in it. But then there's a couple of episodes where the rest of the gang gets back together and they all team up. Those are the best moments of that show. The rest of it is kind of hit or miss. But it's okay though.
Is everybody coming back for Frozen Empire? I saw Bill Murray, I saw Dan Aykroyd, I saw Ernie Hudson. Are they bringing back like Sigourney Weaver at all?
Sigourney Weaver's listed in the cast, so she's back in some way. And then we have
it's a shame they couldn't get it's a shame. I know he retired and all that, but it's a shame they couldn't get Rick Moranis.
Okay, so here's my thought. I think we may very well get in the same fashion of Mandalorian season 2 finale, we may get our Luke Skywalker moment and get Rick Moranis. That's what I'm thinking. I think Louis Tully makes a return in this film, and I don't think it's going to be a large part of the film. I think it's going to be short and sweet, like the Mando Luke moment.
Okay.
I have a strong feeling about this. Like the psychic kid at the college in the first movie, just a couple of wavy lines. That's the feeling I'm getting.
Okay. you know what? I'm hoping you're right, because that would everybody would go nuts. Everybody would go nuts.
The theater will explode.
Yes.
I don't know, dude. I don't know why. I just have, and I have nothing to base this on. It's just a gut feeling. That's it. That's all it is. Tremor in the force, if you will.
Tremor in the force. You felt. All right. Well, you first heard it here on Chillporeal actually, no, I'm going to call this one the Matcave Chillporeal right here.
Nice.
So you first heard it here, folks. So yeah. So I think that comes out. I think next month. I believe it comes out.
Yeah,
it comes
March 22nd, I believe.
And so many things are coming out that month. I mean, that's coming out, and Dune Part 2 is coming out, and then Planet of the Apes is coming out in, I think, June or July. But that's the other one I'm really looking forward to as well. I'm looking
forward to that too. That's going to be really good. I'm really excited to return to that franchise.
So, speaking of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, the director of that movie, and there's going to be heavy amount of motion capture and all that. He is going to be directing the Legend of Zelda live action film.
Ooh!
So I don't know if you know. I don't know. I mean, I know you heard about. I'm sure you heard about the announcement. Miyamoto himself, has said that they're going to announce they're going to have a live action Legend of Zelda. What I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. Like, personally, I would have rather had like an anime. Or I would have preferred like an animation or like a mature type of anime deal. But I'm curious what your thoughts are on.
Well, the other thing I'm wondering, because they even though they're saying live action, I've heard that said in terms of fully CG animated films that are realistic looking,
like Lion King.
Like Lion King, they consider that live action, or they qualify it as live action, but obviously that's not. It's CG, but it's realistic looking. I remember the first time I really heard that being referenced, and me thinking that's kind of weird, was that Final Fantasy movie that came out in the early 2000s.
Spirit, not Advent Children, but Spirits Within.
Spirits Within.
Yeah.
That was being called a live action movie. Like, in fact, the characters, as they're portrayed, as they're seen in the film, like popped up in magazines and stuff like that, like as if they were real.
Yeah.
And it was such a weird thing. Like, I remember that being such a turning point in film with what could be done with it. Now, say what you will about the movie itself. The movie is what it is. But it is a technological feat. Like, just, it was amazing to look at.
Yeah.
And if they were to do something like that with Legend of Zelda. I think that gives them so much more freedom to really like go nuts with it and do some incredible things where you won't have yeah, exactly like this. I think that still looks incredible today.
Yeah, it actually does. It's a shame. I think this one bombed. I think this one did so
It
bad.
did. It bombed. Mostly because a lot of people, um, myself included, for a lot of it, had a really hard time following the story. It's a
Yeah.
weird movie. I actually have this on Blu-ray. It's I should rewatch this at some point.
If I remember correctly, this is not your typical Final Fantasy setting, because Final Fantasy is usually the early stuff. The really early stuff was more medieval,
Mhm.
sword and sorcery, and then six started getting into the technological, the industrial, and then
Yeah.
7 was complete cyberpunk.
Yes.
So I'm curious what
This
this is. Is this more like
this was
sci-fi?
this was more like sci-fi, aliens, robots. Like I don't even know if they refer to the magic at all in this. I don't remember. But it's like these ghosts, like these spirits, like that, like they're trying to save them, or they're looking for a body to inhabit. It was such a weird, they were almost like Ghostbusters for these like alien spirits. Like it was such a weird
Yeah.
thing. I think Steve Buscemi was one of the characters in this as well. Such a weird movie. It definitely bombed. I think a lot of people just couldn't follow it. But that said, it is gorgeous to look at. Like it's just, this was amazing at the time.
I mean, yeah, you're right. It still looks really good to this day. It's just, yeah. I tried watching this. I tried watching this movie myself with a buddy of mine. I fell asleep.
Yeah, it's such a weird movie. But
look at, man, you're right. You're right though. This. I mean, I'll have to give this. I'll have to give this one another chance. I'll have to give this one another chance and try to see if I can absorb the story.
Yeah.
Absorb the story here. But apparently, the other movie, Advent Children. Have you seen that one?
I haven't seen that. No.
So Fathom Events does like and Pops here like does stuff with Fathom Events, but Fathom Events basically re-releases stuff in theaters, older stuff in theaters for anniversaries. And Advent Children is one of those many films that's getting an anniversary this year, and it's going to be coming out in the theaters. So if you have a chance to go see it, maybe take your kids or something and check out. Rebirth is coming out in a few weeks. So Advent Children is basically the epilogue that 7 never got. Because 7 literally ends the moment they save the world. Even when they beat Sephiroth, they're still scrambling to save everybody, and it seems like all hope is lost. Spoiler alert! And all of a sudden, the stream basically pushes back Meteor back into its orbit. Kind of like something out of Gundam with Char's counterattack. The mobile suit's trying to push the asteroid, keep the asteroid from destroying the Earth and all that type of deal. So, and then we see the asteroid being pushed back, and then you see a image of Eris at the end, and that's the last character you see, and then you get the credits, and then you get an epilogue where he's like, "Oh, it's 500 years later, and Red 13 is hanging out with like his billions of grandkids or great grandkids, his descendants, and just running in the fields with him." And you're like, "Okay, so they're alive. So what about the rest of the characters?" So we were kind of denied that. So Advent Children was kind of that epilogue that we never got.
Some piece was missing. Oh, that's cool. See that,
and the action is nuts. The action is nuts, and of course they. Certain Sephiroth comes back because Sephiroth always comes back. But I got a question. You played 7 Remake, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you think?
Not all the way through. I still have to finish it, but I'm really enjoying it a lot. I think the change in gameplay style versus other Final Fantasy games, I think was a huge benefit for it, because I think this game, specifically 7 being the one that was remade, I think brought in a lot more new fans to the franchise. I think it just feels more accessible for someone to just pick up and play. Versus the original, which is just such an iconic game on the PS1. I mean, that was like 3 discs long on the PS1, and I had a lot of fun playing that. I played through that for the first time with a bunch of people. I streamed it, my initial playthroughs and everything of it, but I didn't go all the way on the stream, but on the side, I went through the rest of it, and such a fun game. Now, that said, I played the port of it on the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
And that came with I don't know if you want to call them cheats. Like you could turn off encounters if you wanted, and you could speed up.
You can speed it up, yeah.
Yeah, so
I've done
use that from time to time. So I'm like, okay, it's not a true experience with it, but close enough as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, and I bought the game on Switch. I played that. I used the speed up, and the problem was I think I abused it to the point where I encountered an enemy you didn't want to use the speed for, because I'll just button mash to get through it. I ended up getting game over, and I had to go. I ended up losing my save. I forgot to save.
Oh no!
And so that however was a true experience, because I had no autosave. I still needed to save my game in order to do that. So but man, Remake, I couldn't believe that the first 2 hours of 7 they managed to make a full 50 60 plus hour game. I'll be honest, some of the additional levels I liked, but some of them were a little long-winded, especially in the sewer. Sometimes I felt like I was traveling too long. Like it was like you're running for over almost an hour, fighting different enemies and all that. I did like the fight mechanics though. I'm not a big fan of current RPGs, but I was able to learn and figure out and actually appreciate the fight and the new mechanics. Now, I still like the original turn-based style. That'll never change, but I actually enjoyed this new thing, and it upped the stakes for me, and it forced you to learn. And man, that when you fight that second Shinra machine on the on the catwalk, and then Cloud Falls, dude, when you play in the first game, it's just like, okay, it's a second boss fight. That one, you felt like, oh my gosh, you're putting it's so freaking, you want to pull your hair. It's like I've seen Pacific play the game, Mike Pacific 414. Yeah. He freaking died every time. I freaking died every time. It's tough. It's so hard.
They did such a good job giving that game a whole new life, and for new players to come into it, and then older players to relive it in another way, especially getting to compare the two games. Because what I did was I went through the original game. Initially, what I did was I played through to the point where the first part of the remake ends, and I did that on a suggestion from a bunch of people. They're play to this point and then go to the remake. I was like, oh, that's an interesting idea, instead of going through the whole original first and then getting to it. And I'm glad I did that, because then I got to experience them very close together and seeing these direct comparisons. I loved the remake of the motorcycle chase on that crazy highway early on. Oh my god, that was thrilling. That was unbelievable. And then I like the battle with I can't remember the character's name. Your first fight with him. Oh, it's the guy that you're fighting on the motorcycles, and then you have the sword fight with him.
Yeah.
Once you get to the landing area there, and he was such a cocky character. He was so. I felt like he was acted so well in the remake. He just
he was a brand new character. He wasn't in the original game. He was another soldier character. So apparently there was another soldier, because Cloud's a soldier, Soldier, or he thinks he is. Okay, sorry, spoiler.
I think the game's old enough that we can...
you would be surprised. I made an Aliens video a couple years ago. There are some people that say that leave comments saying, I don't appreciate the spoilers. I'm like Picard right here. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm like, do you want me to apologize? I mean, but this was early, so I probably didn't warn people like, oh, there's going to be spoilers, so tune out now and everything. Now I do that for every video whenever I bring up spoilers. So
I'll do it occasionally. I'm like, hey, by the way, heavy spoilers, depending on what I'm talking about in it. But it's it's one of those things that, yeah, there's a whole generation of people younger than us that are now experiencing this stuff for the first time. You know, we take it for granted because we grew up with it. But, I'm showing stuff to my kids that they've never seen before, and I know everything about it. Like, most recently, and I'm loving this, by the way, this is like one of my most favorite times of being a father right now yet. My daughter has discovered Masters of the Universe. And I kid you not, for the past, we're coming up on a month now, she has watched back and forth He-Man and She-Ra every single day, and she is just loving it. And she's coming to me, what's going to happen, what's going on with that story, who's this character, oh my god, who are they going to meet? And I'm sitting there like, oh, I'm like trying not to spoil it for her because she's really getting into it. But I could spoil the whole thing for, like, I could be like, yeah, this is where it goes to everything. But I showed her, like, here's the, you watch He-Man first, and then there was a movie that brought them together. Which, speaking of that, and you were mentioning theaters playing older stuff for anniversaries, there's an Island 16 cinemas near me that will do that same sort of deal. And I wish it happened now. This happened before she found all this, but they played Secret of the Sword in the theaters and brought it back. Like, but I was like, oh man, I would have loved it. But like, I should have just brought the kids to go see it, but they didn't know about it yet. But it's things like that where it's like we take it for granted because we just know it so well. Like somebody who seeing Aliens for the first time, it's like, yeah, we know all that, and the get your hands off her, the whole thing, like the whole like everything, like, and we know that moment's coming, but they don't.
Yeah.
Like, I just earlier today watched 2 videos back to back of a young couple watching Star Wars for the first time. And it was unbelievable watching their reactions to the things that it feels like second nature now, just knowing all these things. Like, we can't imagine not knowing it. They had no idea that Vader is Anakin and he's Luke's father and all this stuff. Like, I watched them watch Empire Strikes Back and it just blew their minds. Like, but watching them watch A New Hope for the first time, and they're talking to each other, like speculating on what, and the most fascinating things were not what they were getting wrong. It was what they were getting right.
Yeah.
Or close enough. It was like, oh, you are on the trail. Like, it was, and you just want so bad to, like, oh, I want to tell you.
I gotta ask you, like, if you showed your kids Star Wars, what order would you show? Would you show? So my friend brought this up. He says he would show the original Star Wars first, and then the first 2 prequels. And then this is just the 6, just the 6. The Disney stuff doesn't count. The Disney stuff doesn't count. like Obi-Wan would say. Then the 2 prequels, so episode 1, episode 2, and then Empire with the big reveal, and then Revenge of the Sith, and then Return of the Jedi. What do you think of that order?
That's what they call it, the machete order or whatever. They nicknamed it that, watching it in that order, which I really like that because it creates it's a different way to experience the reveals.
Yes,
because what you're doing is, depending on how you watch these movies, you're choosing which reveal to get, because once you get one, you're going to know basically the other. Like, it just depends on which order you're going to see it. So it's funny you ask, like, how would I show my kids this? So I'm now on the second run of doing that, because I have my son who's older and my daughter. My son, I showed him the originals first, and then he watched the prequels, and then we went to the theaters to see the sequels. Now my daughter recently has begun her journey, but I started her on Phantom Menace.
Oh.
I was like, I want to see how this turns out. And so we watched Phantom Menace just recently. This was like just a week ago. And she loved it. She absolutely loved it. Now, here's the thing. My daughter, she's 6 right now. And she wears her heart on her sleeve. She is the most, she's like an empath. Like, she is the most emotional, like everything, whether it's sadness or joy or whatever, she absorbs it and reacts to it. So she's a crier. She's like it just the whole deal. So I don't know how I'm going to handle episode 2 with Shmi Skywalker dying, because my daughter lost her mind when Anakin was leaving home.
Oh,
and I was like, oh God. I was like, what did I do? I'm like, do I skip it somehow? I'm like, I don't know what to do.
So I was just like, maybe you should show the first Star Wars, but then the first Star Wars has its own gruesome thing. The Luke comes back and I never really realized this, but like, wow, that was such a powerful scene when he comes back and he sees his aunt and uncle, burned with the entire homestead. What's even worse? John Williams and the London Philharmonic Orchestra shared the same fate too. If you've seen the Family Guy,
do the rest of this thing with Danny Elfman.
John Williams, no.
God, Williams.
Danny Elfman.
Dude, in the People's Court.
And I forget. Oh yeah, even though he didn't have the lightsaber, Chris takes up the lightsaber and beheads Danny for the terrible. The terrible track. But I kind of moved this in a weird direction, but like, how do you feel about the Family Guy Star Wars?
I love those. I think they're hilarious. I think the first one is the best one. And then I like the other two. They're really good. The thing I probably like even more are the Robot Chicken specials. The Star Wars ones.
Annie, you're sparkly glowy. Darth Vader, Jar Jar, and no longer Anakin Skywalker. Oh, Annie, what happened to what happened to you?
My favorite ones are every clip with the Emperor. Robot
with
Chicken,
Seth
Emperor
MacFarlane?
Palpatine is just gold. Just everything.
Yeah, Seth MacFarlane does his Quagmire voice for the Emperor.
Yeah.
And like, what about did you like the one with where he gets a phone call from Darth Vader right after Star Wars, right after the Death Star blows up for the first time?
Yeah. What do you mean they got away? What the hell's an aluminum falcon?
Okay. So we're bringing up the Emperor and we're laughing. Have you ever seen Emperor Palpatine Gets a Job? Okay, we gotta watch it.
That wasn't a Robot Chicken thing. It
was a G4. Else? It was a G4 back in the day thing.
Oh my God! I don't
Emperor
know.
Gets a Job.
I used to watch G4 stuff all the time.
All right, we're watching this. You and I are gonna be watching this right now. So, yes, this is G4 back. Is it 17 years ago? 17. This was a while ago. So let's play this.
Build a new one. Who's gonna give me a loan? Just like right. Oh my God.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start with a statement from Acting Grand Moff Egan. Our empire was struck again by rebels over the weekend. But the empire is only bloodied, not beaten. We have big, scary plans for the future. The empire will rise again. Now that I've said that, I'd like to go to your questions. Let's go with Janice.
Thank you. Is it true that Lord Vader joined the rebels just before he died?
There's no truth to that rumor whatsoever. In fact, several eyewitnesses report seeing Vader's supposed son remove his respiratory mask, causing him to die a painful, horrible death by asphyxiation. Although, truth be told, it probably didn't hurt that much. We're talking about a guy who was delimbed and then set on fire.
Yeah, this was
and
after
the Emperor's
Revenge of the
condition.
Sith.
From what I understand, everything has proceeded as the Emperor has foreseen, and he remains in a secure location.
Temp Core.
Well, your resume is impressive. 20 years as a Sith Lord, Senator, Chancellor, Supreme Chancellor. So why did you decide to leave politics?
My apprentice threw me down a 280-mile shaft directly into the main reactor of the Death Star.
Okay. Well, the good news is we here at Temp Corps pride ourselves on finding positions for people just like you. People who want a job that perfectly fits their skill set. Good. I think we have just the job for you. Do you like dogs?
Yes.
So is the invisible doggy fence done?
It was I who completed the installation of your shield generators.
Good. Now Fluffy can run free again.
You want this? Now witness the firepower of this fully armed and operational invisible doggy fence.
Oh my god, that's incredible.
Okay, so you're not a dog lover. Maybe you're more of a people person.
You know, just sometimes I just get so angry with my father that I just want to kill him, you know?
Good. Use your aggressive nature, boy. Let the hate flow
Let
through.
the hate flow through.
Really? Are you telling me to kill my dad?
Show no mercy. Do not hesitate. And your transformation to the dark side will be complete.
Oh my god.
Okay, so that didn't go so well. Telemarketing. It's simple, easy, and no one could possibly get hurt.
This is great.
So if I decide to go with your wireless plan, what are some of the benefits?
Power. Unlimited power. Minutes. Unlimited minutes. Hello? Oh.
Oh my god. That is brilliant.
Come in. This is flight 137.
This is perfect.
Oh god, we're
Best
running out of
part.
fuel. Get us someplace to land now.
Oh, I'm afraid all the runways will be quite occupied when your plane arrives.
For God's sake, please, we're going down.
And now, young pilot, you will die. Flight 137, please come in.
You don't even temp air traffic controllers. How did you get that job?
Everything that has transpired has done so according to my design.
You're mistaken, because what you did was criminal.
No, it is you who is mistaken about a great many things. Every single person in that building is now an enemy of the Republic.
Hey, I said get the hell out of here.
Run! This way. I don't want to work here anyway.
Yeah, that was it. I'm surprised you have not seen that.
I have never seen that. That was brilliant.
Yes, I must have showed that to so many. I must have showed it to so many people. I've watched this for years, so yeah.
That was funny.
But yeah, that's what I mean. That was Star Wars. I mean, for years. I mean, it was just it had that incredible. It just had that incredible thing going. So
it became so embedded in everything that was pop culture. Just it was referenced in so many things that things you wouldn't even expect it to pop up in. Like so there would and everyone who was a fan got every reference that happened in something, but for a lot of general audiences they didn't know what anybody was talking about when stuff like that happened.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
So I have to ask. We've gone pretty far with Star Wars. So I'm curious, and this, I know. I mean, the Disney stuff has been pretty divisive. We all know that. I have a question. What were your thoughts on Disney's sequel trilogy?
The sequel trilogy, overall, I didn't like them, but there were moments of good in them, and I revisited them a bunch of times. In fact, one of the things that the best thing that came out of it for me was going to see The Last Jedi in theaters. The reason I'll never forget that, even though that was the film that like I had such the hardest time with, I got to go to that movie with it was me, my son, and my father, and we had 3 generations of Star Wars fans together in the theater to see a brand new Star Wars movie, and it was just that'll always be a special memory for it. And then the movie happened, and you know.
What was so you said there were good things to take away, and believe me, Matcave, I'm gonna speak for a whole bunch of us here. You probably are you are probably the sweetest, probably the most positive voice on this platform, and like, I mean, you're not just positive about stuff, but you're willing to have a conversation and and just, you know, and basically explain away why you like what you like and all that. So and I mean, the sequels, I mean, I gave them a chance. I knew people that got checked out once they saw The Last Jedi. They didn't even go see the third one.
Yeah.
I still had some hope for for 9. But we'll get to 9. So, but before we do that, I just want to know, what was some of the positive things that you took away from the sequel trilogy?
The thing I like the most about it was actually the characters. I feel like I really like the characters. The problem was they weren't utilized well. So I have nothing against the actors that portrayed them. I think they did a great job overall with, you know, what they were given to work with. I just feel like the characters were poorly written and not utilized to their full potential. Like, it was a lot of wasted potential. Adam Driver's character, Kylo Ren / Ben Solo. To me, I think he has the most complete story arc in the whole thing, and everyone else just nothing was fully finished or fully developed. And you know, I know a lot of people give the character of Rey a bunch of crap, and understandably so, but she could have been amazing. Like, the potential was there, and I could see it. Like, it was like you could see that, like, it was almost there, and then there'd be something that just kind of hindered it and ruined it. The biggest problem with the sequel trilogy is the fact that there was, and this is fact now, it was admitted by everyone involved, there was literally no planning involved with the movies, and the movies kept changing hands, and no one coordinated with each other. And the biggest issue I have with the films is that they feel disconnected. It doesn't feel like a trilogy. It doesn't meet. It feels like 3 individual movies doing their own thing.
Yeah.
And that's the most unfortunate part about it, is that it feels so disconnected. But at the same time, I've gone back to these movies multiple times, and I was for a long time, I was trying to figure out, why do I keep coming back to this? What is luring me back in? And it was the underlying elements that were good. Last Jedi, for example, which most fans consider to be not only the worst movie, but the worst thing to happen to Star Wars ever. There's a lot of good in there. There's moments of pure Star Wars in there. Like, for example, the scene with Luke and Yoda when the tree lit up and everything, you know, he sets it on fire and stuff. But there's a whole lesson in there. It's back to Yoda teaching Luke and him truly taking on the, you know, now it's, I need to pass on and do what I need to do here. And, you know, Luke's character was very much destroyed, in my opinion, in that film, but there were moments where Luke stood out, the real Luke. I took it as far as, and I don't know if you were there for the first time I showed it, but I went back to them again. I re-edited all 3 of those movies and made my own cuts of these movies. And I did it because I wanted to love these movies, and I didn't, and that it like hurt my soul. Lucas Yoda scene was terrible. Yoda acted like a goofy Yoda, like when they first met in Empire and undid his character. There was, like I said, there's a lot that hinders the good, but then there's the brief moments where there is some good in there.
You know what's weird? You know what my issue with this scene was? I was kind of baffled that they brought. I mean, I know everybody loves the puppet. Empire, you know, Empire Strikes Back. The puppet is iconic. Everybody knows that. I was kind of surprised they did that though with that, because you had the CGI, you know, walking, talking, flippy, Ataro flipping Yoda. I'll be honest. Like I'm just gonna kind of, when I first saw episode 2, the first thing I thought was, okay, wait, Yoda's confronting the bad guy. Are we gonna see what I think we're gonna see? Is this really gonna happen? Kids today take that for granted, but back then, like Yoda fighting with a lightsaber, are we really going to see it? And then we saw it, and then we see him do all these jumps, and he does a war cry. I laughed and clapped when I saw that. I think I got the entire theater to laugh and clap. Like that was the part of the movie. That was the only part of the movie I really enjoyed when I first saw it. Like I fell asleep during the Naboo stuff. but I was kind of surprised, but you know, when I think back to it, I mean, I thought some of the dialogue was not the best, but like you said, I understood the intent of that scene and all that. So
yeah, there was something underlying in it that had some good, and even them going back to the puppet for that scene, and I'm glad that the choice was made to do that, but even the puppet is wrong. I don't know if you noticed it. There's something wrong with them in that. It's something with the bottom jaw or something. Like it's really weird and it's very noticeable, and I couldn't get over that. It just like it was very, very strange. I because of that, I kind of wish they would have just done the CG one.
I'll share it right here. I'll stop the screen.
It's almost like his face is mushed. Like I don't know how to describe it. There's something off about it. If you take him, yes. So there's something funky with his bottom jaw, the way it moves, and his eyes are off. They're like the wrong color, and they're shaped differently, and it's a little weird. Like, but we had an extreme change in Yoda back in Phantom Menace, which they later corrected in like Blu-ray releases. So Yoda's gone through some changes, but yeah, see that like picture down there with the quad of pictures? There's our 4 versions of Yoda.
I'll never forget the episode 1 Yoda right here.
Yeah,
I'm glad they got rid of that and they replaced him with CGI, because he looked like a crackhead.
Funky right there. But the thing was, the version we see in The Last Jedi should have been almost identical to how he looked in Empire and Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
And there's something off. Like it's the shape of his head. There's this, it's weird. It's a little funky. So I don't know.
He looks more like a puppet than even this
even
right
there.
Here.
Yeah, he looks more real right there.
Yeah.
He just looks kind of he looks kind of fake in Last Jedi.
Yeah, and he looks like he's not. He looks like he has no teeth. He looks like an old. He literally looks like an old man.
There's something just. It's so off, and I hated that it pulled me out of it in that moment, because it was like you see like that quick. If the camera pans and you're behind him, and you're like, oh my god, we're getting Yoda. Like it was such a great moment, and then it's just like there's always, that was the thing about these movies. Every time something good was about to happen or is happening, something ruins it. Something takes you out of it, and sometimes it's the look of the character, or sometimes it's a poorly placed joke. Like it was weird. So I went and I did a full re-edit of all 3 movies, and I started with The Last Jedi because that was the one that hurt me the most. Like the biggest change in it for example, is like Luke no longer throws the lightsaber away, and
So what did you? So I saw a version where they rewound it. I saw another re-edit where they rewound it, and he just puts the lightsaber back in her hand, and then he walks away.
Oh,
instead of just chucking it.
That's interesting. I didn't even think to do that. I literally just eliminated the moment, and now in my version, it looks like she hands it to him, and he kind of looks at it, and then being mysterious, he just walks away.
Yeah,
and doesn't say anything to her.
That works too.
Yeah, what I tried to do was I got rid of as many moments of Luke being rude and sarcastic and just overly angry. And I even oh, is that what it's? I got to look that up. I got to see what they did with that. I tried to remove as many of those moments as possible to kind of bring out Luke, like the real Luke Skywalker, and try to change the tone of the movie where he's no longer this angry hermit. He's there in isolation on purpose still, but more from regret, from sadness, from fear, from what had happened. And I turned some other moments into teaching moments, and even put deleted scenes back into the movie and all kinds of stuff. So it was a passion project that I did that I originally had no intent of showing anyone. I did it for me. It was a very selfish thing that I did because I wanted to have something that I can enjoy, and I did the edits, and then a couple months ago, I returned to them and I re-edited the edits and made some additional changes to it that I didn't have before. Like, in fact, episode 9, my version's no longer called The Rise of Skywalker. It's called Rise of the Jedi, and I have a whole new crawl and a different opening scene in the movie, and it's this whole thing. I made a lot of changes. I'll send it to you on Discord. I have an entire list of the changes I made.
Okay,
and I'll send it to you.
I'm curious now. What did you think of? And this is one that really proved really created the disconnect. The death of Snoke in The Last Jedi. Like, just
that was so. Again, I love the characters, but they were wasted potential. Snoke being a huge one. I wanted to know so much more about that character, and they killed him off like out of nowhere.
Yeah. And we didn't learn anything about him.
We didn't learn anything. If anyone out there ever wants to learn more about Snoke, there was, it's 5 or 6 issues. There's a comic series about Kylo Ren, about Ben Solo, and it's a prequel to Last Jedi. It's Ben young with Luke and Snoke manipulating him. And if you ever want to get more information about Snoke, that's about as far as you're going to get with it. And it's this like short series of comics, and they're really good. They're really well done. I was shown those by Scotty Hawk, and he introduced those to me, and I read through them. And I was like, wow, this is actually really good. And then I finished it, and the first thing I thought was, why the heck was this not the movie?
Yeah.
It's like, where was all of this?
Yeah, that's such a common thing now. Like, there's so many it's just like missed opportunity after missed opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's great ideas out there, you have, in my opinion, you just have the wrong people in charge of that. So, but like, you know what I was, like I even though like I didn't like how they ended Han Solo, and that and the whole Rey just beating Kylo Ren at the end of The Force Awakens is what really killed that movie for me. And just the fact that, because they killed Han Solo before they even introduced Luke, it just made me think, wait, that's it. They're never going to be in be in a scene together. And I didn't even put that together until I was in the car. So that really soured me, because I liked the intro. Some of the humor in The Force Awakens I didn't care for, especially when Poe Dameron's like, who talks first? You talk first or I talk first? I'm like, you're killing the tension of that scene.
I deleted that.
There you go. Perfect. I think, but with Finn, like Finn could have been another great character. He's a freaking stormtrooper. He's been brainwashed since he was a kid. So, like, I think there should have been more to him doing the right thing. They're like, why are you doing this? I would have rather had him not. I don't know if I were you, if you edited it, I would have rather cut out because it was the right thing to do and have him not say anything, or you don't hear his response. I think that would made him a little bit
like
better.
I even like from him, like I eliminated the moment where he asks if Rey has a boyfriend. I'm like, where the hell did that come from? I'm like, nope, that's coming out.
That's J.J. Abrams.
Yeah,
J.J. Abrams trying to be Joss Whedon, basically.
Yeah, it was just weird choices. So I like Force Awakens. I would say I did the least to it, but I think it has the most impact for the trilogy because the way Force Awakens flows in my edit, Rey does not ever attempt to use or even tap into the Force until literally the very end of the movie.
Okay.
And that moment where she's fighting Kylo Ren and has her back to the cliff and it's like, you're going to die here. Something has to happen. And the way I changed it, I have Maz Kanata, her voice, come in and speak to her through the Force and like telling her, like, telling her again about the Force the way she did earlier in the movie. And that's that moment Rey has this realization and she starts to actually feel something. And I consider it the moment the Force awakens in her. And now for that brief moment, she could tap in and save her own life to get through this. But there's no more Jedi mind trick. There's no more her reading Kylo Ren's thoughts. There's no there's no her saving Finn from the that ball creature with the mouth, whatever it was. I've removed.
It's like a Metro. It's like a creature from Metroid, basically.
Yeah,
the serpent or whatever.
Yeah, but all these little moments just to make it so that she's in this trilogy. What I wanted most was to see this character learn and develop. Yeah. And then what I did my best to do, these edits are far from perfect. I'm no professional with this or anything. But what I did my best to do was create a story arc where Rey is learning her abilities and earning her way so that by the time you get to the third film, it feels right. Like, okay, she's been learning, she's been practicing, this time span has gone by, she's been studying the Jedi texts. She now has an understanding of how to do this rather than, oh, I'm just powerful because, and I could just do anything, like a Jedi mind trick, one of the most complicated things, right off the bat, where I didn't even know what the Force was, all that stuff. I rearranged it. I did a lot with it, but yeah, I'll send you that stuff. And if you ever want to actually see them, I have them on my Google Drive, and I could give you access.
I don't plan to rewatch that trilogy, but I do want to see your edit. I do want to.
Yeah, I'll send you the notes. It's there was a lot I did in this.
So I mean, would you agree with me that The Force Awakens is the best of the trilogy?
Yes, of those three, I'll still rewatch the theatrical version of The Force Awakens. I really did enjoy that one. It had its flaws, some much bigger than others, but overall, I think what that movie did right was it was something for both sides of the fandom. It was for the old fans and it was for new fans, and it met somewhere in the middle. It had enough nostalgia put into it that any older fans are going to recognize all of this, but then there's plenty for new. And I thought it was a fairly good setup for what should have been a passing of the torch, which never happened.
Yeah,
but it could have. There was all kinds of possibilities that could have happened with that.
I have to ask, what did you think was honestly, like everybody says, 8 was their least favorite. I think 9 might have been mine, just because just from the editing by itself. Like the editing was just like what's going on here?
Yeah, 9 is, well, I don't know if you recall the lead up to 9 coming out, and everything leading up to it, every article that came out, anything from behind the scenes or anything we heard in the news, there was a common phrase used that was attached to the film, and the phrase was damage control. And I hated that. The fact that every time I heard about episode 9 before it came out,
Yeah.
someone said damage control. And I was like, it's just destroyed, because now you're going to have a sloppy edited mess that's not going to make any sense. And we did get that in a lot of ways. Some of it is just kind of really weird. The thing I'll say about the sequel trilogy, though, it's terrible as a trilogy, but each individual film on its own, in the sense of being a film that works with a beginning, middle, end, they work. Like they're not bad movies. They're bad Star Wars films. Like it's just, it doesn't fit the mold. It doesn't fit the story the right way. But technically speaking, they're pretty solid movies, like the way they're made and all that stuff. But the problem is that they never connected. There was no communication with putting these together. And it
Yeah,
just,
yeah, and just like the writing, the setup, like you said, like the whole Emperor thing in 9 was just like somehow I the thing that I was like, you know what, Palpatine, they revealed in the trailer. I went to, actually, because they had the Star Wars Celebration in Chicago. I actually attended. I won because it was a lottery to go see the episode 9 panel. I saw the episode 9 panel, but unfortunately it was Stephen Colbert, and he was making some very cringe jokes and stuff. I just like, shut up, Steve. And then they showed the trailer, and then all of a sudden you hear the Emperor. I'm just like, what the heck? And then when the trailer ended, all of a sudden Ian McDermott's on the stage, and he has red light around him, like it's dark. The room is dark. He's surrounded by red light. He's like, roll it again, and then they showed the trailer again, and we saw that, and I'm just thinking, how are they going to do this? And I called my friend, and my friend was like, well, based on the books that was written by Chuck Wendig or something, he said it makes sense that the Emperor would somehow survive. And I'm thinking, well, okay, sure, the Emperor, based on the prequels, Emperor always played the long game. He always thought several chess moves ahead, so sure. But the thing is, they had to explain how that worked, because they didn't do that. They just said he somehow returned. And you gotta remember, there was a movie called Return of the Jedi, and he gets thrown and destroyed. And even the G4 Emperor even says so. I mean, he survives in that, but that's a whole other universe, though. But there's nothing left of him. Like, he is gone. Like all the energy got whisked away. All of his evil Sith energy, or whatever that was that you see at the end of the movie, all that energy just all withered away and all that. So the whole thing about Snoke being a clone, or I still can't even put my head around what Snoke is. Like, you know what I wish they would have done with Snoke? I wish he was either an ancient being that was like watching from far away, because they brought in the unknown regions. Snoke was this being that was out there, and he was watching the events. He was watching the Sith. He was watching the Emperor. He's an ancient being, probably even older than the Sith, of some dark, probably the ultimate dark sider. And then he somehow, once the Emperor is done or something, then he kind of steps in and basically starts his own little thing. I don't know. It would have been interesting had we learned that maybe him and the Emperor, the Sith, had a history or something. So that would
to connect them at least.
Yeah. So that would have been interesting. The other big theory that was passed around was him being Darth Plagueis. Have you heard that one?
Yeah, there was a lot of, and I remember that like before, even before there was like character designs really shown, because Plagueis looks nothing like what Snoke looks like. Yeah, Plagueis was a different
He
species.
was
Had
like
like a
immune. He was
taller
immune.
head. Yeah. And he was big. Like Plagueis was big, and Snoke was big too, but not. I don't think as big as Plagueis would have been. Um, it's like there's been stories in the books and also in video games where you learn that some Sith in the past, especially during the times of like the Old Republic, Sith that had died, their essence would remain, depending on how powerful they were with the dark side. Their essence could remain, but the thing was, they were practically trapped because their essence would be connected to either a place or like an object.
Yeah.
And their I guess their hope, their intent would be to somehow get their essence transferred to another living being so that they could live forever. The whole idea behind that dark side method was to potentially live forever. And it didn't mean necessarily you're going to live forever as this is you, this is the body, and this is what lives forever. No, it was literally about transferring their essence, which is what Palpatine was trying to do in 9.
Yeah.
To transfer over. It's just they handled it so poorly and they didn't explain any of it. So people who didn't play those games or read those books, which is a large portion of the audience that went to see these movies, had no idea what the heck was going on and that this was even a thing. But if you knew enough of it, it's like I knew what they were going for. But it just
Have you ever read the Plagueis novel, the James Luceno? Okay, so I was able to actually put that together and think that would have been a plausible way to bring Plagueis in. Now, Plagueis is the Sith that brought Palpatine in, so I thought it would have been interesting if you were going to make another trilogy. Keep the Emperor dead, and then just bring Plagueis in, and maybe we'll find out what Plagueis's ultimate plan was. Because in the book and based on Episode 3, Emperor Palpatine learns everything, but I don't think he knew all of Plagueis's plan. He knew quite a bit about Plagueis's plan, but maybe there was more to Plagueis's plan than even the Emperor than Palpatine himself didn't know.
There was more that Palpatine was trying to know that Plagueis purposely kept from him. And then we do get a hint of that even in Revenge of the Sith when he's talking to Anakin about having the power to prevent people from dying, and we can learn this together, which he doesn't say that flat out until later after he's had Anakin turn.
Only together can we learn the secret. You don't know crap.
The whole thing, he doesn't know it, so he's still trying to get there. But it was, but he used a lot of manipulation, which is what turned Anakin and all of that. So we get the little hints there, and then you get so much more detail in the Plagueis novel. But there's even more stories out there centered around the Sith that go into that lore. You find out a lot of there's even more information if you talk to everyone in Knights of the Old Republic when you go to the Sith Academy on Korriban. Like that's one of the best places in that game, by the way, because there's so much about the Sith there. And if you take the time before you initiate all the action stuff where you eventually end up start kicking everybody's butt, if you go and talk to everyone and do every single side mission, there's so much information there, because you actually, part of that mission is you have to learn the Sith code. And you find out like kind of how messed up their way is. And it's just like, there was another Sith, they go into this in Jedi Academy, the sequel to Jedi Outcast. What is that? I keep having the word Ragnarok in my head for this guy's name. It's not Ragnarok. It's close to that. I can't remember his name. It's something like that. But it's an ancient Sith that was you find his essence in this like tomb. Like there's a bunch of Sith trying to find him or free him or something. They're like they're loyalists to him, but he's even more ancient than the time you're in this like the game. Like it was a pretty crazy story. Ragnos, it's Ragnos is the character's name, And that was one of the first times that I learned about this ability that the Sith can potentially have, that they can practically live forever if they're powerful enough to do so. So when the sequel trilogy came around, when 9 came around and we start getting hints of what the story was going to be, I was like, oh, that's what they're going for. They're going to go into like Sith lore. So honestly, the lead up to 9, I was actually pretty excited because I was like, you know what? Maybe they're going to do something here that is going to go beyond this sequel trilogy to get us into the next thing. And, you know, get away from the whole, you know, we're done with the Skywalker story. We're done with let's pass the torch. Let's do something new. And I thought that's what they were going to do. Now, clearly they didn't, but that was why I was excited for 9, and then we got 9.
Yeah, so when you watch the movie and you find out that all the Skywalkers are dead, I was just like, okay, I'm done with this. I like you're making a future where that line has been cut. Like seriously, like why couldn't you just? I mean, I sometimes I like some good steaks, like any other nerd does, but I mean, for something like Star Wars, you know, you can't kill off the line. That's existentially. I mean, that's almost that's borderline nihilistic right there. I mean, like you know what they should have did, and I'm surprised they didn't. They should have given Kylo Ren a sister, someone to survive. You know, I mean, Kylo Ren was already beyond, like he was going to die. We all knew he was going to die. Like that, he was on that path. 9 should have used the opportunity to they should have created a sister, someone that could still live and maybe work with Rey and stuff. And
yeah, there was, because even the whole idea of Ben Solo was a big change from what came in the books, because there were two children, but they weren't. It's been so long. They weren't Leia and Han's kids. They were Luke and Mara's kids, right? In the novels, there was Jason. There was Jason's. Oh no, it was
Han. It was Han and Leia's kids. Yeah, Jason, Jaina, and little Anakin. I mean, and the thing is, Jaina is the one that survives. Is the one child that survives. So they, spoiler alert, if you haven't read it, young little Anakin dies. Him and Chewie die, and Jason turns to the dark side, and then he dies too. So Jaina is kind of the one that kind of carries the Skywalker family forward. But then you also have Luke and Mara have Ben. So the thing that baffled me, and I knew this, I didn't even read it, but I knew the lore. So when you find out that they named Kylo Ren's real name is Ben, I'm like, really? Why would they name him Ben? Like Han and Leia had nothing to do with Obi-Wan. Now, if he was Luke's kid, that would be a different story.
That would be a different name, but yeah, it would have been
like I was surprised they didn't name him Bail. Like they should have named him after Bail Organa or something.
Yeah, something that would make more sense for them, like not, you know, because yeah, the name Ben is very meaningful and it means a lot to us as fans,
to the audience, but
and
to the
audience,
character, it doesn't make sense.
It didn't make sense. So that's the thing. That was the lack of planning and the call it either lazy or rushed writing. It hurt the story overall. But again, I will, and I'll die on this hill. There were some good things in these. It's just they got overshadowed by a lot of bad. And I think even people that are like diehard sequel fans, like it's fine to love these films. And for anyone that does, I'm glad. I'm actually jealous. I'm jealous of the people that love these films because I wanted to love these films and I didn't. But I think at their core and in their heart, they're not blind to the faults that are in this film. It's just the things that were bad didn't bother everyone the same way it bothered others. Like it just it was everyone experiences movies differently, right?
Yeah.
And it's so anyone that ended up loving these films, that's awesome, and I'm very happy for them, and I wish I was them. Like it was.
Yeah, that's kind of with especially me and a lot of people with Picard season 3. So, but that's a story for another Chillporeal. But yeah, man, thanks for sharing that. There is now I've said this myself. There is a part of The Last Jedi I actually did like, and it was very meaningful to me because at that point, this was 2017. Carrie Fisher was already gone for a year. So she passed away right after Rogue One came out. Yeah. So the scene where, and I mean, maybe the scene didn't make sense, but I was okay with the scene where Luke just shows up on Crate and he has his final scene with Leia. I thought that was a beautiful scene. And then he kisses her, and then he goes out to face all the guerrilla walkers. That's what I call them. And then you get that scene after that. It's just whatever. But that one scene with him and Leia, I thought was beautiful in my opinion. And I actually shed a tear during that one. Yeah. So I thought that was probably the one scene that Rian Johnson I felt did well. 9. I'll have to get back to you on 9.
Yeah,
I'm sure I'll think of
one
something.
of those movies that's trying to pick up the pieces from everything else, and it is what it is.
Okay, you know what the other big disappointing thing was? They didn't follow up on Broom Boy in 9.
Right? We need Broom Boy's movie.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been cool to see another character learn and everything. Like you said, the one thing I wanted to see, and they should have did this with Rey and all the other characters, was just seeing them learn and grow and have character arcs and all that.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't know. I would have thought maybe Broom Boy would have been another trilogy, but they didn't even make it clear what they were going to do after 9. Like, are they going to? They're going to be another Jedi Order? They didn't leave any crumbs. I mean, so. Oh well, that's the sequel in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Matcave, for sharing your thoughts on that. I know it's not easy going back and reopening, as they say in Wrath of Khan, reopening old wounds and all that. But yeah, but yeah, we'll talk more about Star Wars. I know how you feel about some of the shows, but we'll talk about that later. I know we're 2 hours and 40 minutes, and how you feeling right now? You think you could go for one more topic or something?
I'm good. Let's do it, man.
All right. So I was watching I was walking yesterday, and to prepare for these Chillporeals, I have to listen to quite a bit of your videos content to prepare myself. So Sonic 2 is the best Sonic game, really, even more than Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Did I just lock up? Can you hear me?
A little bit, yeah. You got that bass to face like this right now.
Oh boy!
You just put you're like this. You're putting it down. You got that going. Yeah, there you go. You're back now. You're back.
Okay, sorry about that.
I've gotten kicked off of stream because of
you know what it was.
Internet
it's
issues.
Actually and that's actually my fault. The program I use to capture my camera is a program called Camo, which I love. I love this program. There's a lot of things you can tweak with it and make it what you want it to be. But what I've noticed is if you keep it in the background for too long, it'll go to sleep.
Oh, okay.
And that's what just happened.
I'll keep that in mind. So,
but other than that, absolutely fantastic program.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep that in mind. So, I watch you playing the Sonic 2 HD fan made
fan one. Yep.
I'll have to try and play that. That actually looked pretty sick. I like the music that they did. So
nice. Yeah,
like the Sonic music. So it wasn't really until Sonic 3 where they started having different variations of the theme of each act. So Sonic 2, if you played Act 1, Act 2, you heard the exact same Emerald Hill Zone theme. And Sonic 1, all 3 acts, you heard the same Green Hill Zone theme.
Yeah.
But in Sonic 3, Act 1 had one version of Angel Island zone theme, and then Act 2 would have a slightly different version of it, something different. So and everybody says their favorite. A friend of mine says his favorite Sonic 3 theme is Hydrocity Act 2, the one that goes da 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 da.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 that one. So I liked how in the HD remake that they did just that with Emerald Hill Zone. Like I'm going to have to ask your opinion. If you had to choose one forever, which one would be Green Hill Zone theme or Emerald Hill Zone theme? And why is it Emerald? Or why is it my favorite Emerald Hill?
Oh man, see, like Green Hill Zone, I feel like is Green Hill Zone. I think is the most recognized and iconic one, right? That's the one. My personal favorite is Marble Zone from the first game. Yeah, and they put the lava down in the caverns and everything.
Yeah,
I love
one.
that theme. And Hilltop. Yeah, that one's great. You're going down the zip
I hate
line and
it. Sounds like a baby's crying in the Hilltop Zone thing.
I like those ones, but Green Hill Zone is definitely the most, I would say, the most recognized song. Like I would say people would almost consider that the Sonic theme song. Like if they, oh man, just one song. I don't think I would go with Green Hill. I think I would, man, because there's so many good soundtrack choices, especially in 2 and 3, like Chemical Plant Zone. 3, even just the music development for Sonic 3 is a great story of from what it was to what it ended up being, and then what it is now, because it changed again. Like if you don't have that original cartridge, anytime you play Sonic 3 on a port, it is not the same soundtrack.
No, it's not.
It's
the PC, because you had the Genesis version and you had the PC version. The Genesis version was, everybody. I mean, it's the worst kept secret that everybody keeps denying to this day. But Michael Jackson was involved with Sonic 3,
100%.
And the zones in question that were removed was the Carnival Night, both acts of Carnival Night, both acts of Ice Cap. Ice Cap was based off of a song called what the hell? I'm gonna have to look it up. Definitely, I'll send you the link for it. But it was unveiled like I think about 10 years ago, maybe even sooner. A band called the Jetsons with the Z instead of with an S. It's called with the Z. Ice Cap Zone is basically the song "Hard Times" by the Jetsons. Hard Times. Listen to it, you're gonna be like, "Oh, dude, this is Ice Cap Zone." Like I heard this, I'm like, "Dude, what is this?" And this was like nobody knew.
Oh, I lost you. Uh-oh. Skynet's coming after us. Oh boy, everybody. It's okay. We're gonna give him a minute. He's gonna be back. We started talking about the controversy of whether or not Michael Jackson was involved with the soundtrack of Sonic 3, and now Skynet has stepped in and is trying to silence him. So I don't know why Skynet has done that. And now I'm flying solo here at the Nerdporeal life form. We're gonna get him back in here as quickly as we can. I'm gonna pull up Discord as well, just in case he messages me, but I'm gonna keep it going here, man. We were just talking soundtracks for the Sonic games, which has some of the most iconic music in video game history, which is pretty incredible. When you think back to certain games that we grew up with, one of the first things a lot of people think of are the soundtracks. Sonic games being one of them. Another iconic one being the Mega Man series has some of the greatest music ever made in video games. And I'm even talking back on the 8-bit games on Nintendo. Let's see, we got a message coming in. We've got some internet issues going. It's okay, dude. We're going to keep the show rolling. I'm just going to let them know. I'm keeping it rolling. No worries, brother. No worries, brother. We're gonna get him back in here. Yes, DJ Ron. The Metroid themes as well. Games like Castlevania, Super Mario, for example. Like, there are some iconic soundtracks. You know, people think of soundtracks, they think of like movies and TV shows, but video games have produced some of the greatest music of all time, in my opinion. In fact, there are live shows you can go to see where there are bands and orchestras that are performing video game soundtracks and live performances. They're wonderful. You can see these things happening sometimes at certain cons and things like that. And then there's even some shows that you can go to for things like movies or films. One of my favorite experiences, kind of backtracking a little bit to Star Wars for a moment. There was a traveling show going around that was just the music of Star Wars, and it was a live orchestra playing through the soundtrack of the 6 films of 1 through 6. And they had big screens and lights and everything everywhere going along, showing images and stuff like that. It was like being in a real life Star Wars music video practically. It was pretty amazing. But you can go to experiences like that for video game music. There's ones where symphony orchestras go around playing Legend of Zelda music. I think that's something that still happens fairly often. Yeah, Ronnie. Yeah, the video game orchestras are great. I would love to go and go see one for Legend of Zelda. The soundtracks for those games are phenomenal. Going back to, you know, even the original 8-bit theme, all the way to, I think, what really set the tone for what a Legend of Zelda soundtrack would be was Ocarina of Time on the N64. That soundtrack is probably one of the most iconic soundtracks in video game history. It's just the even just running through Hyrule Field, and then, you know, you're getting new music at the time. It was new music for all of us as fans, and then you get to Hyrule Field and you start to get the elements of the original theme song in it. And just you think back to when you first played Ocarina of Time and you're experiencing this brand new experience in the world of Zelda, and playing a 3D game, no less, of running around with Link in a 3D game, and then you get to Hyrule Field, and all of a sudden it's like your whole childhood from before that comes back, because you start to hear that original melody, and it's just beautiful. And it was done so well. I mean, what an amazing game that was on the N64. DJ Ryan is saying, I found a YouTube channel where they play anime covers on oboe and build. Oh, wow, that's pretty cool. There was another group that recently put out an album that are covers of Legend of Zelda's music. I gotta look it up. I'm having a brain fart right now. I can't remember their name, but it was a great group that did that. Hey, he is back. The legend has returned.
Yeah, apparently it works perfectly. Like I tried reloading it. I tried refreshing. I had to restart the computer, and it seemed to work. So yeah, no, finish your thought. I'm curious.
Oh.
I hope you're talking bad stuff about me. Like, I hope you were saying,
it's like nothing but bad things about you. I wanted to make sure everybody understands how horrible you are.
Yeah, horrible Porial, jerk Porial. Someone called me drunk Porial once, but that's a myth.
Nice.
So,
no, I went off on a tangent about video game soundtracks, and we worked our way into the Legend of Zelda soundtrack for Ocarina of Time.
Oh, okay. I just love the minimal. I love the minimalist aspect of Ocarina. Like I've said this. I've said this in my video. Like when you're in the Deku tree, you feel like you're in the Deku tree, like the hollowness. Like you feel like you're inside a tree. Or when you're in the Jabu Jabu's belly and you hear all that organic sounds, like you hear the belching and the creepy that. You're just like you are in the innards of a giant, disgusting fish god.
Yeah, it's a
So-
really immersive game. It really with the sound, not just the music, but the sound effects as well in that game. It's so well done. But I was talking about the moment when you first playing Ocarina of Time, and that moment you first get to Hyrule Field, and you start getting the original melody in the music. Just that first hint of the dun 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 dun, dun, and that kicked in. I'll never forget that. Like it just gave me chills, and it was oh my god, we're in it. It's Legend of Zelda. This is amazing.
Yeah. Did you know that they are going to be doing a concert on tomorrow? You know,
Oh.
Zelda, they're going to be doing a Zelda orchestra concert. I'm gonna. It's on. I shared it on. I'll send you the link on.
Nice.
I'll send you the link on Discord. But yeah, 5 p.m. Pacific, so be 7 p.m. my time. I think you're East Coast, right? So 8 p.m.
East Coast. Yep.
So yeah, so they're going to be doing. It's going to be like a. I think it's a. I don't know if this is a full. Let me share my screen. I'm just gonna show this right here really quickly. Right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
So yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so this is gonna be like an online thing. So like they did something similar with Sonic. So yeah, everybody. Yeah, so this is gonna be. It's gonna be AM. No, it's gonna be AM. Sorry, not PM. AM. So.
So it'll be it would be 8 a.m. here.
Yes.
Right? It's 3-hour difference, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, this was shared by our mutual friend Angry Canadian right here. So yeah,
Nice.
so
I love that.
Nas has a question for you, Matcave.
So Xenogears is actually a game that I never played. It's one of those games. So okay, so interesting. So that is a game that's on my list that I need to take on and finally correct that mistake of my life. And next week, which actually won't be on Wednesday next week. It's going to be on Thursday because next week is Valentine's Day, and I'm not going to do a way back Wednesday. I'm going to do a throwback Thursday instead. But next week I have to correct another retro gaming mistake that I made in my life. I never played Comic Zone on the Sega Genesis.
I saw your thumbnail for that. So I haven't played that one either. But
I've heard nothing but amazing things about that game.
Yeah, because everything is in like
everything
is like in a comic frame. So
that's what I heard. Like I don't understand how that works though. Like especially on a Sega game, I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like so I'm excited to play that because I've never heard a bad thing said about that game.
Neither have I. And I've seen the box. Like I know it exists. I just like I said, my Sega, I got the later version of Sega. I got the Sega 94, the second version of it. And within a year, the system conked out on me. Like every time I'd try to put on Sonic 2 or Sonic 3, the system would brick on me. So that was the end of that system. So I had that for only a year. So it wasn't until I was a senior when I finally bought a secondhand or first gen Sega Genesis, and then I finally played Sonic 1 because I didn't play Sonic 1 as a kid. I played Sonic 2 because my system came with Sonic 2. So but yeah, Comic Zone, I didn't have the chance to play a whole lot of Genesis games. I only rented Tasmania, if you ever played the Genesis version of Tasmania, and the Tiny Toons, the Buster's Hidden Treasure. And I liked the Buster's Hidden Treasure. You know what's funny? And I'm gonna have to remedy this. Remember how I told you I wanted Buster's Bust Loose for Easter, and I got the NES version. Yep. I still have not played Buster's Bust Loose to this day. So yeah, I know. That's got. I have the ROM. I can play it. I can play it, and yeah. So eventually I will. I know that you're in Luniversity and you're like you played football at one point in the game. I'll have to check. I'll definitely have to watch it. But I like Buster's Hidden Treasure.
Yeah,
like it felt like an updated version of the NES version of the NES game.
Yeah.
Did Konami work on those as well? Do you know?
The NES one was
Konami.
What that was Konami. I think they did the Genesis one. I would imagine they did the Super Nintendo one then as well. That was, that was pretty common too, when a game coming out on multiple systems, of technically the same thing being different from each other. That happened a lot back in the day. Like another one, for example, that I want to play for the first time, is the Super Nintendo version of Aladdin. I played
that.
The Genesis one I grew up with. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it is Konami. Yep. I played the heck out of Aladdin on the Sega Genesis like millions of times. Like I love that game. I've never played the Super Nintendo game version, and there are people that swear by that one, and then there's people who are like, that one sucks. So I'm like, all right, well, I kind of want to find out.
I'm on the other side of that, so I've played the Super Nintendo one, but I've never played the Sega one.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I love the Genesis one.
Yeah, the Super Nintendo one was interesting because it was very, I think the Sega one too was also a platformer, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And the only difference is I think in the Sega one, he has a blade, doesn't he? He has like
he has a sword, and then he throws apples, and then you have like Abu with you sometimes.
Okay. And the Genesis one, he doesn't have a sword. He just jumps like Mario. He just bounces on people. And he does collect apples, but I think I don't remember if he throws them or if he uses them for life or something, but he does. I think apples were collected, but yeah, you start off in Agrabah, and then you go to the caverns that lead to where the genie's lamp is, and then then it becomes the lava area, and then you're riding the magic carpet, and you're trying to keep yourself from being hit by the wave of lava that's trying to get you and all that. So that was tough. That was tough. And then you go back, and then you fight Jafar. You fight his snake. His snake form is the final boss and all that. It wasn't a bad game. It was actually pretty solid. I definitely recommend it.
I actually have I have this a digital copy of it, a collection that they put out where it's the Aladdin games. Nosferatu, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. I love. I'll talk KOTOR anytime. Hey Steve, what's going on, dude?
What's up?
I have this collection they put out just like not all that long ago. It's the Aladdin games with all of its ports, Lion King with all of its ports, and then Jungle Book.
Lion King. Let's talk about Lion King. I tried the Lion King, and I got destroyed. I tried to play the Super Nintendo version. I got destroyed.
That game is rough.
Yes.
It's I did a retro review of that as well. That game. Oh my God, I've beaten that game, by the way. The Genesis version of the Lion King. I beat it as a kid, and this was a nightmare to play through. I mean, this was attempt after attempt after attempt. I remember being stuck on the Stampede for, I can't even imagine how long that went. I was on that level forever. And this was, it wasn't like, oh, just keep going over and over, keep replaying. No, there were game overs, and I had to start from the beginning of the game and get back to the Stampede and then try again. And it was an absolute nightmare to get through that game. But it was also, at the same time, it was a lot of fun to play because there was something about those Disney games that the look was great and the music was awesome, and it just felt like you were truly playing the movie. Like the Aladdin game was phenomenal because of that, and the Lion King looked great, and the Jungle Book game is a lot of fun as well. And so this game, it starts. Yeah. Oh my God, this level. You have to ride on top of these ostriches, and it's one of those games where it's like, now jump. It's giving you an alert to jump, but the timing, if you can figure out the timing and actually explain what the timing is, I think you deserve $1 million. Oh, here it is, the Stampede.
Yeah.
Now, this was the craziest thing about this. Look at the perspective.
Yeah.
you have to dodge things, except you're running towards the camera.
Yeah.
It's my
This
God,
looks nuts.
it's insane. And this is the Super Nintendo version we're looking at. The Genesis version was actually harder.
Really?
Yeah, to the point where it's actually I forget their exact wording for it, but years and years later, the actual developers of this game apologized for how hard the game was because they were forced to make it that way because at the time it was a whole thing where the frowned upon thing in the industry were rental places. They wanted people to buy the games, not rent them.
Yep.
So
Yep.
this became a big rental game because it was
Mhm.
like, rent it because you're never going to beat it or whatever, like whatever the thing was.
Is that
So
why
they
they
actually-
did what they did with like Ninja Gaiden? You remember how like you
So
try to fight the
insane.
final boss, but then if you die once, you get sent back 2 levels?
Yep, you go back to 6-1 and then
Yes.
you have to fight. Well, actually, was that the leniency? Is that if once you get back to the boss battle, you're back to the boss you left off on, or do you fight the other 2 bosses? I don't remember.
No, you have to any boss if
have
you
to go
fall
through
to
each
any
boss, right?
yeah, and if you
Yeah.
even if you fall to the first boss or the second boss or third boss,
Mhm.
same result. You end up back at 6-1.
Yep.
Now
go through the
6-1's a
whole
short
thing.
and the 6-1's a very quick and
Yeah.
easy one, but 6-2 and 6-3, 6-2 is nuts when you have those birds that keep respawning, and every time you try
Mhm.
to jump across a platform, you get knocked into the platform by those stupid birds.
It's such a nightmare. One of my greatest memories, though, of Ninja Gaiden, was back in the. This is going back towards the beginning of his series, but the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Yeah.
His episode about Ninja Gaiden
Mhm.
is still to this day one of my favorite things I've ever watched on YouTube. But man, that episode of AVGN says it all. When you talk about the difficulty of Ninja Gaiden,
Yes.
yeah. It's all in there. Some of these games were so purposefully difficult, and it was done on purpose. Like we didn't know that at the time, but we find out years later, and it was John. You remember renting that once? Like there was so many games like that where people only played it when they rented it.
Yeah.
Or they rented it once, and game developers and studios mostly that were putting out the games hated that because obviously they want people to buy the product. So obviously these rental places are buying copies
Yeah.
of the game, but that's different. There was certain things with it. There's different percentages with it. It was a whole mess.
Yeah.
So it was a strange time, but we didn't know any of that growing up. These are things we find out in stories that came out later now as
Mhm.
we're adults. So, when I heard about the developers actually apologizing for that, I couldn't help but laugh because I remember just the stress and it was like when you're a kid, like you have time, right? Like if a game was that difficult now, and I'm sitting here 42 years old, like, I'm gonna be like,
You got no
I
time.
don't have time for this. Like,
Yeah.
that's why I made a short a while back where I was just like, you play your games on easy. I'm like, yeah, because it's the only way I'm gonna get through it.
Well, and I think this is the perfect segue. I was right before this. I was watching your Resident Evil Code Veronica video, and I forget what you call it, where you press certain buttons and you got like infinite ammo and everything. So you were trying, so you could try and get through as much of the game as possible.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like we need to talk about your favorite. We haven't even gotten to your favorite franchise yet. So, I figure for the sake of this, I figure talk a little bit about Code Veronica. Now, I got a question for you. Do you think Code Veronica is going to be remade?
So, up until about a week ago, I was thinking, no, they're not actually going to do it. As much as I would love for them to do, and as much as many fans would, I was thinking, you know what, they're not going to do it. They're going to keep going numerical, and they're going to remake 5 next. And then the next thing we'll get is Resident Evil 9, which is in the works already.
Yeah.
Something changed though, about a week ago, I think at this point, it was revealed that there are 5 Resident Evil games being worked on right now.
Really?
There are 5 Resident Evil things coming from Capcom. And when they said that, obviously 9 is one of them.
Yeah.
The other one was people are thinking of what's it called? An additional mode for Resident Evil 4 remake, some form of like additional thing, a DLC to go with it. I'm not sure what it would be.
Mm-hmm.
But then, okay, so that's 2. We've got 3 more things to work with. Well, if they're going to keep going numerical, okay, let's throw Resident Evil 5 in there, remake. Then we still have 2 more. It's like, what do we got? So then I think, okay, they're going to do Code Veronica, and they're going to start to connect things even more with these remakes to make the whole new canon storyline, because that's what they're really doing, is they're rebuilding the canon right now. So because the remakes do differ from the original games in a lot of ways.
Are they okay? I was going to ask, like, are they in the same canon at all? How's that work?
It's they do change a couple of things with it, so it does change. It doesn't change the core of the story. Like, the story is the story, and it still progresses the way if you already knew the story, you know how it's going to go.
Yeah.
But they do make some changes, and I think a lot of positive changes in it. Like, for example, the way a character is presented in Resident Evil 3 Remake, the character of Carlos is handled way better, and you get more insight into his character, and he's a more developed and fulfilling character.
Mhm.
You also get more insight into the officer from Resident Evil 2 that you find injured, Marvin.
Yeah.
You find out how he got injured and what happened to him. And there's all like little connections that build it up more. But what they started to do was they also started to tease other elements. So Resident Evil 4 Remake started to tease things that we then see and learn about. There you go. Love it.
I still have not touched this yet.
It's so good. It's so good.
I got into a conversation with another person, another Chillporeal, and he said that he prefers the original 4. Like, this remake assumes that you played the original 4 instead of properly setting things up. It's like for instance, Sadler. Like, you don't know Sadler's motivation, but in the original, he was pretty clear about it. And there's other story
I will
beats.
say, yes, if I had one complaint about the Resident Evil 4 remake, it's Sadler. He's barely in the remake.
That's what I heard.
He's barely in it. But like you said, like, if you knew 4 already, you already know
Yeah.
it, so it's in the back of your mind. So I guess it doesn't impact that much. But coming into it brand new, Sadler's really confusing in the remake because they really don't go into it. Which is unfortunate. That was one misstep that they had with it.
So I'm assuming they added a whole bunch of things. Were the additions pretty good?
The additions are great. It starts to tease the elements of things that started to evolve in 5. Basically,
Okay.
the next step, because everything that happens in 5 is because of the developments that happened in 4 with what was going on. It's a whole new virus thing. It's not the T virus. It's called the Las Plagas, and it's a whole different thing that then experiments combining that with the T virus or the G virus and making it into something else becomes Ouroboros, which is in 5, and you start to get teasing of that. And Wesker's a bigger part in 4 remake than he was in the original. So there's all kinds of stuff that it's bringing things together.
He was
So
in
now
4. He was in 4 remake.
Yes.
Interesting. Because I remember there was a side game if you played the original Resident Evil 4. Like, there's a side game where you play as Ada, and you see him giving her orders.
Yes. So you get that as well, because they also then redid that DLC, basically the Ada mission. So, and that's great, by the way. So you get more Wesker there, but even during the main game, you get a little bit of him as well. So it's minor. He's, you know, he's still not a main character in this one because there's a much stronger focus in the game. But the way these remakes are working is that it's building a connection. Like there's clearly a plan. The other thing is that the way it feels like Resident Evil 7 felt very disconnected from the rest of the franchise. It's a great game. RE7 is fantastic, and then 8 Village is awesome. But they felt separate. These remakes are making them feel connected.
I see.
Right? So that's where they're building the bridge to connect the story better. So now, like, I'll always love the originals. Always. They are just phenomenal. But I am loving what they're doing with the story with these remakes.
Okay. I do have a question. I know, well, you know, I'll save this one for last. Your preference on the Resident Evil styles, but so I have a question. If they did Code Veronica, do you think they would? If they did a remake, do you think they would ever bring back the cinematic approach? You know, the single shot. You know, this you know, when you see a character come in a certain angle, and
with
then
a static camera.
Yeah, with the static camera. Do you think that'll ever be a thing again, or do you think that's pretty much a thing of the past?
I think if we were to ever get it, I feel like it would come in the form of some sort of a bonus feature. Like, here's the game, it plays like, you know, RE4 remake, RE2 remake, but here's something you can unlock, static cameras.
Yeah.
Like, do that as a bonus to earn and unlock in the game, or have it as added DLC of some form. I could imagine that happening, but I don't foresee them doing a full game dedicated to that style again.
Yeah, I could.
Now, look, I would play the heck out of it. I love that style. I have no problem with the tank controls. I grew up with it. It feels natural to me, which is why I go back and play the originals all the time. In fact, I have it still sitting right in front of me because one of my most recent acquisitions to my collection was the N64 version of Resident Evil 2. I didn't own this until just recently.
I never played that version. You know how I first played Resident, and my friend, one of my friends got me into Resident Evil. Like for the longest time, I don't know if I said this to you, but for the longest time, I thought they were just, you know, gratuitous, bloody, violent, you know, shooting zombies in the head and just that type of horror. And then I realized, you know what? It's not like that. There's puzzles, there's problem solving. It's like Zelda, but it's Zelda, but with horror and everything. Like you're in a mansion, and you have to find the club key or the diamond key or the or the sword key or the shield key or something, or you know, all that, and you have to figure out where to go next. And what's great about that is because it's a horror, you know, you get the jump scare. Like you don't know when you're going to get the jump scare, but it's going to come. You know, like when you first play the first game. And you're in that corridor, you're in that side corridor, and then all of a sudden the dogs just jump through the window and start attacking you. That is so terrifying. Like dogs are some of the scariest stuff in that first game.
Oh yeah.
I have a question. I don't know if I've asked you this, maybe I might have asked you this when we did a serial horror Resident Evil stream over a year ago now. Do you think they would ever do a remake of the remake? Like, do you think they'll ever do an over-the-shoulder version of the first Resident Evil
of RE1
in the mansion? Yeah, in the mansion.
So,
like, they would obviously make the entire thing dark, like they did with Resident Evil 2 in the police station. So you have the foyer is lit, but everywhere else is pitch black and everything, and probably much bigger too.
Yeah, I could see them doing that. That said, I actually consider that remake, the one that originally came out on the GameCube, part of the current remakes. And the reason I say that is because I think that RE1 remake was damn near perfect when it comes to remakes.
Yeah.
There's certain things that didn't age well with it, certain control aspects and things like that, but it's still, that game blew my mind because I didn't think that was something that ever would happen, was getting a remake. And then it showed the power of the GameCube. And that game, RE1 Remake, is terrifying. Like now, like I've played it so many times, I could play it with my eyes closed and get through it. Like it's, but that first experience, it's absolutely terrifying. And the lighting enhancements and just the expansion to the map, like there's rooms that weren't there before and characters that weren't there before, like Lisa Trevor, for example.
And the Crimson Heads.
And the Crimson Heads.
Oh my gosh. I was gonna ask. So they added a lot of stuff for the GameCube one. Did they take anything out? Because one thing that's unfortunate with especially Resident Evil 3 remake, which is an issue a lot of fans had, was that they took a lot of stuff out. Was there anything taken out from the original PS1 version?
The original one, they didn't necessarily take anything out, but they did change some things.
I heard they rearranged the mansion. So the mansion has a different layout.
Slightly. And they did that because of the addition. So like there's a big area they added, whereas when you're in the main hall and you get to the top of the main staircase, in the remake, now there's a door to go through and that wasn't there before. So
you had to go through that colored glass room in order to get to. That was the only way to get to the back of the of the mansion.
To the back of the mansion and everything. But in the original game, you just went up the stairs and then it was just go left or right. Like it was just, there wasn't a door at the top of the main stairs that led out to that little graveyard and the little courtyard back there.
What about the mask? Did you have to? Was that in the original game? Or was that a remake thing?
All added. That was added. That whole puzzle, with Crimson Head, which was Lisa Trevor's father.
I didn't know that.
Oh my god, the whole Trevor family storyline is an addition, and it is phenomenal. The Trevor family designed the mansion.
Yeah, and
they made the traps and they made the secret doorways and all this stuff.
Yep, and Oswald Spencer, that evil founder of Umbrella. Well, only one person can know about this. So what does he do? He disappears Trevor and his family. The most effed up thing. And reading the journal.
Yes.
Of their demise.
It's actually heartbreaking, that storyline.
Yeah.
It's just, oh my god. And I was, as much as I love Resident Evil, there's a lot of things in the franchise that are far from perfect. For example, the most recent live action film, Welcome to Raccoon City.
That was the one on Netflix, right?
No, that was a series on Netflix, which, by the way, I actually really enjoyed that series. And
which one? The one with what's his name from John Wick as
from
Wesker?
John Wick, yeah, that's the series where
how was he as Wesker? Like, he's a great actor. That guy's a great actor. He was in The Wire. He was in John Wick, like you said. Like he elevates anything he's in. So
his performance was great. So the biggest issue with that was casting overall, because this is clearly not the Wesker we know. But when he starts acting like Wesker, forget what he looks like.
Like, does he wear the sunglasses at least?
Oh, there's a part where he wears the glasses and that like long
trench coat
leather jacket thing that he wore in 5. It's done it's an interesting take on it, and his performance was so good that the fact that he looked nothing like Wesker started to not matter.
Yeah.
Like, that's how good of an actor he is. Like, it was really well done. The other thing that came out shortly I forget if it was before or right after that, but the movie Welcome to Raccoon City.
That was the one where they did something similar with Leon. And I'm
Leon
like,
is not Leon in that movie. I don't care what anybody says. That is not Leon. That movie. Here's the thing. The only good thing about that movie is that it looks like Resident Evil. It looks like they took the RE2 remake and brought it to life.
So they're in the police. So
Yeah,
there's no man.
RPD.
So is there a mansion in that, or is it just a police station?
So I'm assuming you didn't see the movie.
I have not.
Okay. The movie is about, I got to look up the exact runtime. It's like an hour and a half or something. It is a short movie. Here's what they did. They took the stories of Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3, parts of, and even elements of Code Veronica, and then mashed it into this senseless script, reduced down to about an hour and a half to tell all of this. And it makes no sense because now the mansion is happening simultaneously with the breakout in the city, which doesn't make any sense. And every character is wrong. They're represented wrong. They don't act like their character. Like
who else is in the movie? So Leon's in the movie. Is Chris in the? Is Chris Redfield in the movie?
Chris, Claire,
who plays
Jill,
Chris?
Barry, Wesker, freaking the police chief. It's freaking terrible.
Who plays Wesker in that one?
I can't remember his name. But it's I don't really recognize any of the actors that are in it, except for who played Chief Irons. He was in was he in Gotham? I think he was in Gotham. I think he was the corrupt cop in Gotham. But every character is wrong. They don't act like their character. Like Leon's a douchebag. He's just a complete loser. I was like, that's not Leon at all.
Yeah.
Wesker has nothing to do with Umbrella. He's not playing two sides. He's not doing it. Yeah, here we go. This is the lineup.
So this is what's his name from Black Sails, Tom Hopper.
Yeah, that's
he's like this tall. Yeah, he plays Wesker.
He's Wesker. Jill next to him on the right is the only one that was pretty good was Neil McDonough as William Birkin.
He's a solid actor.
He's a solid actor, so he was all right. They actually do show her. This is why I thought of it. We were talking about Lisa Trevor, that she's got literally her family sewn to her body, like just a horrific character. Lisa Trevor makes an appearance in the film. And
did they do like prosthetic practical stuff, or did they just CGI her?
It looked like it was prosthetic with CG mixed in. It was a good look. That was the thing. The only thing this movie has going for it is the visuals, because it looks like Resident Evil. But the story makes no sense, and the characters are horrible. And it just kills the whole thing. But here's the thing, like if someone was to cover up all the actors, all the character names there on that list, and I said to someone, pick Leon, well, he's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so poorly done. But for some reason they took storylines from 4 games and mashed it into like an hour and a half and just destroyed it. So it's unfortunate.
By the way, I could see this actress with the short haircut as Ada.
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see her as Ada.
But also underused in it as well. Like it's a whole,
of course,
it's a whole mess. But they changed the backstory for Claire and Chris, and it's just a mess. The thing about the Netflix show and why I liked it is that the Netflix show is not telling the stories that we already know in the games. It's set after everything. It's
after what, 3? After 3 and
after
Veronica?
all of it.
Because
Everything.
isn't Wesker dead? He got sucked up by a volcano.
It's so there's a storyline with that, because in the games there were multiple, they called them the Wesker children. There was
That's
a whole
right.
experiment, and there's clones. That's what this is based off of. So this is not the Wesker from the game, it's a clone.
Okay, so it's a different Wesker. Okay,
it's a different Wesker, but
so that explain that. So could that explain the difference in appearance then?
No, because they could have, but they chose to have a flashback moment that took place during Resident Evil 5 with the glasses and the jacket and everything, and it's still him. So I was like, oh, you had an opportunity here to just for one scene cast someone else and then make this all make sense, and they missed it.
Yeah. Now, if they did that, because I mean, a lot of fans are not happy with, because it's been a common thing nowadays. It's been a common practice in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, like at least give an in-universe reason for it. Like that, for instance. Yeah.
But it was, and like Steve, I agree. I really liked that Netflix show, and it's something I've rewatched. And it's sad because I know it's not going to continue, and it leaves off on such a good cliffhanger. Like, it just, there was supposed to at least be a season 2, and I think it would have been really awesome. But the thing that works so good about it is that it's not interfering with any of the story that's come before. It's all set after. And this is like the world after all of these events have happened. And it's great because that's what I think what was needed to make it stand out. And then the movie, Welcome to Raccoon City, was meant to tell the story we already know. And then they just botched that up like dramatically. So, look, it's my favorite game franchise of all time. Is it perfect? No. It has its flaws, but it's one of those things that I'll go to the grave completely in love with this franchise.
Okay. So everybody knows Matcave's favorite franchise is Resident Evil. So what exactly makes Resident Evil stand out from everything else that you love in a game?
It's what lured me to it. And what kept me with it was, ever since from a very young age, I was a horror movie fan. I was introduced to horror probably way too young. I think
it was the 80s. It was the 80s. VHS. Come on. I mean,
it was just happened, right? So I loved horror movies. And it wasn't about the violence. It wasn't about the scares. It was about the stories that were mixed into it. Because when you look at good horror movies, even a good slasher film has a good story. Like, it keeps you wanting to know more. Even about the most horrific character ever, you still want to know why. Like, what's the backstory? What is, like, that's the thing that lured me to the genre. So one day, my cousin comes over and he brings his PS1. This is the beginning of the PS1. I didn't have one yet, and he brings it over. We're going to hang out that day. Brings it over, and he's a big horror fan too. And he says, I am bringing over a game, and you have to check this out. And it was Resident Evil 1. And pops it in, and a live action cutscene begins to play. Now, this is, beginning of that generation.
Yep.
The closest thing I had to that was the Sega CD, and we remember how videos looked on that. And this was like clear. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like a horror movie. And the thing he knew was that I loved zombie movies. So this was a big thing. I was like, okay, now this plays out. I'm like, oh my God, this is incredible. And then gets to the game, and the characters get into the mansion. They're trying to figure out what just happened. And then boom, you're set off as Chris Redfield. That's the first one I played as. And you move on your own. The group separates and you go into another room. And then the bars go away and you're in full screen. Now what? And I sat there like, oh my God, now I'm in, I'm playing. No idea what to do. Do I have a weapon? No, I have a knife. Okay. Well, do I get a gun? I don't know. What's an ink ribbon? What is this for? My God, I'm panicking. And my cousin's laughing the whole time, and because he knew already, he played it. And then I get to that first zombie in the hallway, and he's chomping down on a Bravo team member, Kenneth, I believe it was. And then you just get that iconic, and he just looks at you, and I nearly shit my pants. Like, it just, like, yes, it just, and then it stands up, and now you have to fight this thing off with a knife, and I die immediately. I'm just dead. And I'm like, what is this game? I had no idea.
Enter the survival horror.
It was my first introduction to the world of survival horror. Up until that point, anytime I faced a monster in a video game, I could shoot it or jump on its head or whatever. I could defend myself. This was a whole new ball game. And from that moment, I began saving every penny so that I could get a PS1. And then I did. That was the first system I bought for myself. Like earning it, like go rake leaves and it's everything I could do to make a dime.
Yeah.
And get this system. And yes, Steve, yes, exactly. Your heart rate goes up and you're like, oh, I need more. And then I've played this franchise from day one all the way and continuing today. And it just kept getting better. And the thing about it was, the other side of it that drew me in was, I love a good story. I love good conspiracy stories. So now we're dealing with, there's a whole corporation that posing as a medical thing, like, but they're making bioweapons. I'm like, this is unbelievable. It just, there was nothing else like it, at least for me at the time. Like, there might have been something else like it, but this was the first time I ever experienced this feeling in a video game. This feeling of like true dread.
Yeah.
Like, I was truly afraid, but yet I couldn't look away and I couldn't stop pushing forward. And that's when I knew I just found probably my favorite game ever. And man, it just was unbelievable. I'm like I'm getting chills just thinking about it. I remember that day so clearly. And then I fell in love with 1, and then RE2 came out, and when I thought it couldn't get better, it did. And to this day, Resident Evil 2, the original, is my favorite game of all time.
Out of every
every video
franchise
game ever.
The original RE2. Okay.
The original RE2.
Okay. Even better than the remake.
Yes.
Okay.
And I love the remake. I absolutely love the remake. But
I did too. I really liked it too.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Mr. X. Mr. X terrified me in that one.
Oh my God.
But I think, what the thing that I think was the most creepy in the first Resident Evil, especially, I've never played the PS1 version. I've only played the GameCube. I feel the GameCube is the only version to truly play.
When it comes to those, yes, I do go back to the originals from time to time of 1, but for the most part, if I'm like, I'm going to play RE1, it's the GameCube remake. That's the one I'm playing.
The like some rooms, some stairwells, there's no sound. All you hear are your footsteps, and when you hear other footsteps, it's terrifying.
Yep.
like what is it? What is in this hallway with you? Like,
or the ones like where you see a corner, but you
Yeah.
can't see around it, but all you hear is,
yeah,
and you're just like,
or oh, like that. And then there was also when they send the what do they call the what do they call those assassin creatures that they send after you at a certain point in the game?
the like the green like gorilla
Yeah.
looking things.
Yeah.
The hunters. They
The
were
hunters. Those were terrifying. Like they just show up.
Yeah.
And
And
like
they show
I
up in
like
a cutscene in first person.
yes. So, and then you encounter them throughout the mansion at that point in the game, and it's just terrifying and everything. Like you have to like just using the normal bullets, like come on, shoot, yeah, why won't you die? Why I'm out of bullets? No, and I'm
And then
dead.
they'll
I'm dead.
leave and just they take your character's head right off. Like it's just
Yes.
oh my god, it was that's a moment the game like kind of flips a switch and the difficulty level ramps up at that moment. And that's where you know, I remember the first time I got to that, I did not get the shotgun because I didn't know how to get it off of the wall without triggering the trap that kills you with a ceiling. Will turn you into a Jill sandwich.
A chill sandwich.
But yeah, the shotgun is a must. You need that. And they were done so well in the remake. They got even scarier. Like there's a great moment in the remake where one of them goes after Rebecca.
Yes.
And you just hear her scream.
Yeah.
And that was one of those changed moments in the game. And I remember the first time playing that on the GameCube, and that happens. Like now I know exactly where to go. When that first happened, I was like, where is she?
Yeah, where is she?
Oh my
And
God.
the thing is, if you don't
What is
save,
that?
if I remember correctly, if you don't save her, you get the evil ending.
Yeah, because the thing will kill her.
Yeah.
She'll die.
And then instead of blowing up the mansion, you don't blow up the mansion.
Mm-hmm.
You just leave. You don't have that final fight with the tyrant, and then you leave, and then the tyrant's still alive and everything. So
that was another great thing about these games too, especially the first and second, is that you did have multiple endings. The first one especially, because there was multiple, like you could choose not to rescue whichever character you didn't play as that's in the prison. Like if Jill's in the prison that Wesker locked her up, you can choose not to save her, or you can get the good ending and save her. And then you could lose Rebecca, or Jill could lose Barry. And there's like all these alternate endings that could happen. That was a lot of fun too, because that added replay value.
Yeah.
And you wanted to get the alternate ending. And, but man, it's such a good franchise. And like anytime I've ever talked to anyone that was interested in getting into it for the first time, and especially if it's someone that is going to stream it, like I love finding someone streaming these games and playing it for the first time, and I'll hang out in the chat, and I'll never spoil anything for them ever. Unless they ask, like if they're like, please, for the love of God, tell me what to do here. Then I'm like, yes, here's your lifeline. And, I'm going to get you through this.
I did stream the first Resident Evil a couple years ago. So yeah, I played the, I think I played the Switch. I think I played the Switch version, I think.
Yeah, they ported it on there and then on the PlayStation, on the Xbox. It was a good port too. A really good port.
Oh, here's another one I didn't bring up. Do you think they'll ever remake Zero?
No. Here's why. Zero was actually a financial bomb.
Really?
It did not do well. Even though it was done with the same graphic engine as the one remake, it failed. It technically failed, though there's plenty of people that absolutely love that game.
Yeah.
I like Resident Evil Zero. I would say in the main line of games, it's my least favorite. Mostly because there's a lot of deviation in how you control it, because you're dealing with two characters simultaneously.
Yeah.
They got rid of the item boxes, so you're dropping things on the floor, and then you have to go remember where you dropped it. Like there was a lot of things that complicated the game. I think too much. So it does take away from the experience a little bit, at least in my opinion. But that said, I did enjoy the story in Resident Evil Zero. It's a game I still come back to, every once in a while. You know how I actually replay that game the most? It's
How?
not even the actual game. It's on the Wii in Umbrella Chronicles.
Oh yeah,
you ever play that?
Yep. I've gone destroyed. I tried to play it. I got destroyed. I was like, I give up. It's another game I gave up on. Because every time I think I'm quick enough, I'm not quick enough. I'm dead.
It's a
before
tough
I know
game.
It is.
Actually, it's pretty tough.
And then I think didn't they come out with a follow-up to that? What was it called? Dark Side Chronicles?
Dark Side Chronicles. That one's really good. That one gave us our first tease of what a remake of Resident Evil 2 could be, and also a remake of Code Veronica, because it has adjusted scenes.
So it was 2 in Code Veronica that Dark Side Chronicles covers.
Yeah.
And then Umbrella only covers 0 and 1.
It covers 0, 1, and then it does a whole thing we never saw before. It does a mission that you only hear about in files.
Okay.
Where you play as Chris and Jill. I think they go to Russia, and they find an Umbrella facility, and there's a whole new monster that was created there. And
this is during the events of Resident Evil 2. So when Claire is looking for him in Raccoon City, he's actually
they're off
Russia.
doing the other stuff. So it's kind of an interesting thing. And then Dark Side Chronicles explains the character of Krauser from Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
Which you got in the original game, you get pretty much no explanation for this character. And in Resident Evil 4 Remake, you still don't really get much about him, but you do get a little bit more.
Okay.
Slight.
Okay. Because if I remember correctly, when you first play Resident Evil 2, you're wondering, is Chris alive? Is Jill alive? Where are they? Because they're looking for him. So I forget. Was it revealed that they were alive in Resident Evil 2? I forget. It's been a while since I played.
You find a diary from Chris and a letter to Claire. Or basically saying, I'm sorry, Claire, for disappearing and doing all this, because everyone was against them because of Umbrella basically owned the police department.
Yeah.
And, everybody was manipulated and all that stuff. So that they left. That Chris, Jill, and Barry all left. The question remained, though, did they survive what they went to do? They say they're going to get more proof of what Umbrella's doing, but it left it up in the air of whether or not they survived. You don't find out officially until Code Veronica, and the second half of the game you play as Chris.
Now I forget, does 3 and 2 take place simultaneously? Because I know 3 you're playing as Jill. She's trying to get away. She's being hunted by Nemesis.
Yep. They cross over. If you want to play it chronologically, and it's really easy to do so with the remakes, start with 3 and play all the way to the point where Jill gets infected and Carlos gets her to the
hospital.
To the hospital, and he's trying to find the cure.
Yeah.
Play to that point, and then complete Carlos's section, and then save. Don't wake up with Jill.
Okay.
Turn off 3, go to 2, play all of 2, then pick up where you left off in 3, and it all lines up.
Okay, makes sense. Because I know both 2 and 3 end with Raccoon City being boom, kaboom, nuked out of
because then
existence.
3 has the the ending.
Yeah, I liked how the first game was had a bit of an epic end, very very terrifying. But then I like how 2 was even more epic and everything, and 2 and 3 were very epic.
They were
really
it
felt like you're playing an epic game, even though it was a survival horror and everything. So yeah, I totally see why you like the series. I got into it for same reasons. I underestimated. I thought, like I said, I thought it was just gratuitous,
Mhm.
horror. Wasn't, but there was a lot more to it, and it's a lot more interesting than I initially gave it credit for. So,
There's a lot to it.
so I'm glad I got into it. I still have not played 8. I still have not played Village yet. I haven't played Resident Evil 4 remake. So
You got
I
some
haven't
good
played, and I
Resident
haven't
Evil
played
ahead of
this. I haven't played the spin-offs. I haven't played Resident Evil Revelations. Or is it Revelations? Yeah,
you.
Revelations.
Yeah, Revelations. There's Revelations and then Revelations 2. Good games, actually, by the way. Much shorter. Especially Revelations 1. That originally came out on the that came out in handheld. That was on the DS or the 3DS. And it's a much shorter game, as handheld games tend to be. And then it got ported to the PS3 and the Xbox 360, and now later ported to current gen stuff. You play as Jill, which is pretty awesome. And then there's scenes where you play as Chris in like different like flashback moments. And then Revelations 2, you play as Claire and Barry Burton. And
Yeah.
it's a pretty fun game. That one takes place between 5 and 6, I believe, if to throw it in the timeline. And then even back on the PS1, there were spin-offs. There was Survivor, which was a first-person game on the PS1. And let's see, how do we describe that game? Dumpster Fire. It's a pretty good description of Resident Evil Survivor.
I've heard nothing good about that game.
It's terrible. I mean, if you want to torture yourself for fun, then yeah, by all means, play it. But that one's terrible. PS2 had a game called Dead Aim, which was both first person and third person. It was, for third person for some of it, and then first person for other parts. Better than Survivor, but I still wouldn't call it good. Resident Evil even made its way onto the Game Boy at a point with Gaiden, and you play as Leon and Barry, a very interesting team up. Gaiden is actually pretty fun. It's not a great game, but it's fun because of the combat system. It has encounters, kind of Final Fantasy style, but what happens is it goes into like a first person view, and the zombies coming at you, and there's a meter going back and forth, and it's all about timing. And if you can stop the meter at the right point, you'll get a headshot or you get a body shot or whatever it is. So it's kind of interesting. But Gaiden was pretty cool.
Okay, I'll definitely keep that in mind. So, but just one final question about Resident Evil. So currently they're doing the whole first person thing, especially with 7, and I believe 8 is the same way. Do you think they're going to keep doing the first person thing, or do you think they're going to, like, I know with the remakes they've been doing the over the shoulder view. So do you think they're going to bring that back, or do you think they're going to just keep doing the first person thing for a long time?
I think what they're going to do is going to be providing both. The reason I say that is that the success of 8, which was initially only in first person, the re-release of it, or the DLC that came out with it, allowed you to pull the camera back and put it in third person over the shoulder.
Yeah.
And that was very successful. It had people not only getting the game for the first time, but people rebuying the game and getting the DLC to get that ability. So my prediction is that for Resident Evil 9, right out of the gate, it's going to give you the choice, first person or third person. I think that's what they'll probably do going forward. I would imagine they might even do that for a Resident Evil 5 remake, which never was first person, but could easily be.
Do you think there will be a Resident Evil 5 remake? I don't know. It just seems like they don't need to, I don't know. But then again, I felt the same way about 4. Like, I'm like, do you think they really need to remake 5?
It's one of those things, like, I agree that I don't think they needed to remake 4, but now that it's been done and I played it, I'm really happy that they did. And because of what's in 4 remake, now 5 is a must. Like remake 5.
Okay.
Like it's they have this leading into it so well that it just now at this point it wouldn't make sense not to remake it.
Okay, makes sense. I didn't like 5. Didn't think it was good as 4. But I still really enjoyed it. I thought it gets ridiculous at the end with the volcano and
punching boulders
and yeah, and Chris punching and moving a giant boulder. I'm like, you'd be crushed by that, bro. But that being said, it was a fun game. 6. Do you think they're going to do anything with 6? Like 6 is probably my least favorite in the series.
So 6 is I guess it depends on what they choose to do with 5. Yeah, the movies are fun. Yeah, I even enjoyed, for the most part, the Mila Jovovich Resident Evil movies.
I've only seen the first 2. I've only seen the first 2 of those.
The first 2 are the ones most worth watching. I would even include 3. After that, they become just turn your brain off. Don't try to think about it. It's if you try to think about it, it's ruined. It's over.
Oh, okay.
This is just everything after 3 is just have a snack and just watch and just keep shoveling popcorn in, and then that's fine. You'll have a fun time.
Things happen. Don't ask. Just
don't
enjoy
ask. Don't try to make sense of it. You'll only hurt your brain. It's just not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're fun though. But Resident Evil 6, I don't think needs a remake because it's so separate from everything already that it all depends on what they choose to do with 5.
Yeah.
If they choose to make it lead in that direction, then yes, then continue and remake it. But technically, they could just end at 5 and then say the next one in the line is 7.
Yeah.
Because there's no need to tell the story in 6. The story in 6 doesn't really impact anything. Like 6 just happens. But it has no impact either way on the past or the future. Like it's just there.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I think I'm thinking I'm hoping, but I really going back. I really want the Code Veronica remake. Like that's the one I want next. And I mean, if they remake 5, sure, why not? I'll probably pick it up too. So, but yeah, the future of Resident Evil. I don't know if it's Capcom's #1 game, but it's up there. And you know what? It's going to be 4 hours now. Matcave, have you ever been on a stream for 4 hours?
Not many at all. I'd probably count on one hand.
Yeah. So, like I warned you before, that's the nature of these Chillporeals. We get caught up in the conversation to the point where the time goes by really quick.
It's fun though.
Quickly. Or okay, I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for you. But like I said, this everything has to have a sequel. So we definitely have to do a sequel. So Matcave, is there any hanging threads? Is there any revelations you want to tell me to carry into the sequel stream? Like, are you my father's brothers, cousins, siblings, former roommate?
Well, probably nothing that extreme. I think a fun conversation for a sequel to this, in the vein of remakes, could be what games do we feel should be remade that have not.
I gotta write this down now.
Yeah, I've got a few in mind that I would love to see a remake of and probably never will. But like I'll give you just one example. Siphon Filter from the PlayStation 1.
I never played that one.
Ooh, it's a good one.
Okay.
It's that's a fun game, a really good franchise too. There's a few sequels. But the first one though is my favorite one in the whole line. And I would love to get a remake of that game. I think it would do really well. that was a game that I'm trying to remember who they became, but it was 989 Studios put that out. But 989 Studios dissolved and became someone else, and I can't remember for the life of me who they became. But there's somebody. It's a current studio that I just can't remember who it is.
Okay, this is a great tie-in for next time. So, but I have to ask a question because Nas was here earlier and he talks about this every time because he likes to troll like that. Have you ever played Deus Ex?
I've never beaten it. I have played it. I have it. It's
so every time I bring up something, he says Deus Ex is greater than whatever I'm talking about, like all the time. So that's why. Yeah. And what's funny is he's not even here, so so that makes this even better now. So, but yeah, I'm sorry. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
It's a fun game that I did enjoy what I played of it. It's a style though that I've never leaned towards. Like it's got a very Blade Runner, cyberpunk sort of feel to it. That style was never something I ever like dove into deep. Like don't get me wrong, like I love the movie Blade Runner. It's like, awesome and stuff, but like that style was never one of those things where I was like, oh yeah, that's my thing. That's what I'm really into. So I never had the urge to really like push forward in the game. Like I just kind of stopped playing and I never went back. I have it on my PlayStation 3. Like I have a digital download of it. I don't know if there's more of them, if there's any sequels to it. I never looked into it, so I'm assuming he's referring to the one that I'm thinking of. But it's fun though. I'd say it's worth a play if you get your hands on it. But I don't know. Personally, it's not one of those games that I don't have enough experience with it to say like, oh yeah, that's the one. That's the greatest game of all time. Like
now the question for next time should be: is that game worthy of a remake? Boom, boom, boom.
It could be. It could very well be. I mean, hey, look, they're taking stuff that is from that generation, like the PS3, Xbox 360 generation, and they're remaking it now. So
yeah,
we could see something cool come out of that.
Well, I think that just about does it, man. This was a great stream. I really enjoyed this.
Man. I love this stuff.
So, always final thing. It's always a thing I do. What is there anything you want to promote? I know you said you have your Comics Zone stream you're going to be doing pretty soon. So everybody check that. When's that going to be? That's going to be next week or
that's next week. That's going to be on Thursday. A little deviation. I normally stream Wednesday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Call the oh, thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. I call it Way Back Wednesday. I stick to the realm of the 3 R's of gaming: retro, remasters, and remakes. That's kind of my zone that I've kind of put myself in. Every once in a while I'll dive into something newer, but there's always a retro twist. So that's the thing. Like if I play Fortnite, it's because I'm playing as a retro character that I love. Like I'm playing as a Ninja Turtle, or I'm playing as Solid Snake, or something like that. There's always a twist. But Wednesdays are the normal one. Fuller's Figures is here. What's up, Connor? Good to see you, dude.
What's up?
He does.
This is my first time seeing you here on this channel. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
It's a time zone thing. Connor, we like rarely get to be in the same digital space at the same time. There's wonderful time zones. But that's awesome. Good to see you, man. That's pretty much it's the Wednesday nights. That's what I try to dedicate to the Matcave gaming community. I always reach out for feedback from people to see what everybody wants to play. But my upcoming attempts, the next couple of streams are going to be what I'm considering correcting retro sins, games that I've never played that I should have played. And, so Comic Zone is going to start it off.
I am in the same boat. Like there's a lot of retro games that I should have played that I get a lot of crap for. Like you call yourself a nerd. Call yourself a nerd, Porial. You're more like a normie, Porial. Whoops.
See, this is why Connor and I were never in the same spot. He's literally having morning coffee right now.
Is he all the way in like the Europe, UK?
Yeah,
because I know the UK is 6 hours ahead. Right now it's midnight here.
Where are you, Connor? Are you in the UK? Are you in Ireland? I don't remember where you're at.
All right.
But if you want to see some cool stuff, speaking of his channel, he has videos where he has taken like a figure, like an action figure, and re-detailed it with a new paint job. And everything, like custom made, like take like a standard GI Joe and turn it into this like phenomenal piece of art. Ireland. Okay. Watch those. It's awesome.
See, cool. you got to plug.
He's on it, man.
You got to plug. DJ Ryan G's on that, so
love it.
Definitely subscribe to Fuller Figures. I'll have to take a look at the channel myself.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Anything left? Anything left, Matcave?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. We'll save some stuff for the sequel.
The sequel. Remember, everything has to be a trilogy now. So
we'll see. Now we're gonna have to figure that out. And it also has to be a multiverse. So we're gonna need an alternate stream of what we just did, but we gotta take it in a different direction. Like the alternate version plays backwards or something.
That's an idea. That's an idea.
Right, I'm wearing a hat and you're not. Like there's something. There's gonna be a multiverse version because everything has to be multiverse now.
Maybe I'll do what Mr. Spock does in the original series, and I'll regrow my goatee. I'll grow a mustache and a goatee, and I'll be evil. I'll be Chillporeal.
Nice.
So
then I'll shave down the beard. I'll do the handlebars. I'll go a Hulk Hogan handlebar.
Yeah. Are you gonna do it like you gonna do what you did in Gremlins 2? Just rip off his shirt. He's like, you up there.
Turn the movie back on.
Turn the movie back on. Yeah. And then he looks at the camera. He's like, don't worry, folks. Everything's okay. Have a wonderful time at the theater or something. But yeah, so for me, I'm working on a retrospective and this is I've been working on a retrospective for 2001: A Space Odyssey for a while because I want this. I'm trying to do research. I'm trying to find the right research to cover the certain topics because it's about movies about alien life. It's a movie about are we alone in the universe? I mean, is it possible we can even go into space or colonize space, or is it too big? Like there's a lot of questions that the movie poses without telling you. It's just by showing you. So I'm trying to put together something. It's been taking me a while, but yeah, so that's my video project I'm working on.
I love that.
There's a lot of other ones I want to do. Like my educational Mario, that's another one I've been sitting on for a while. That's my next video game retrospective.
Okay.
So if you remember Mario's Time Machine, Mario's Teaches Typing, and Mario's Missing, that's what I'm going to be covering. So those are the two that I'm going to prioritize. But so next week, Chillporeal will be next week. There will be I have a little clip. I'm going to show who the next mystery guest is going to be in a very dramatic way. And I'm thinking of doing some more movie related streams. Have someone on talk about certain movie. Me and Pops earlier did on Tuesday we covered the movie Starman. Have you ever seen Starman?
I love Starman. Yeah.
I never saw it before. I was like, okay, I want to cover this movie with you, Pops. I watched it. I was crying at certain points, and I'm not even married. And like, there's a point in the movie where Karen Allen finds out she can do a very profound thing that she never thought she could ever do. I was, oh man, that was great. It was great. So, but yeah, so definitely check that out. The replay, it's up on his channel. I don't know, DJ Ryan G, if you're still here, can you put that up too? It depends too much on you. And we got Real Way Nation Gaming clips. What's up? He says hi to you first, and then he says hi to me. So, but yeah, Matcave, you're the star. Matcave is the star here. Matcave carried the stream tonight, so I am beyond grateful for this. This was awesome. So, but yeah, I think that's it. So, there's one last question that I posed there that you said in the beginning, the very beginning in the intro, that needs to be answered. Matcave, why should people keep retro gaming alive?
Oh, it's a good question.
It's because one day your games will be retro too.
Stay Chillporeal, everybody. Have a great night.